a song, but at the same time, we are running late. And I like to say better late than never. Good morning to Grenada, Carriacou, PT Martinique. I'm filling in this morning for Gates on the extension while Master Carl gets himself together. We are going to go ahead and get the prayer. Good morning. Hello. So I think we lost her there. Miss Matheson, if you can hear me, can you give us a call back so that we can get through the prayer, please? I'm not sure what would have happened there.
If I surveyed all the good things that come to me from above, if I count all the blessings from the storehouse of love, I'd simply ask for a favor of Him beyond mortal king, and I'm sure that He'd grant it again.
Good morning, guys. So we have Andre Charles from the Met Office on the line, and he's going to go ahead and provide us with the weather for today. Go ahead, Andre.
Good morning to you and to listeners of Real FM. And here's weather for today, Friday, 11th October, 2024. Currently it's fair, winds are variable, barometric pressure 13.2 millibars, that's normal and rising. Present temperature 28 degrees Celsius, relative humidity 85%. Yesterday's maximum temperature 32.3 degrees Celsius. Last night's minimum 26.9 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, no rainfall was recorded, hence the total for the month remains at 49.6 millimeters. Now let's have a look at the forecast, valid for today and tonight. Today we expect some generally fair conditions, becoming partly cloudy at times, with isolated morning and nighttime showers. Maximum temperature 33 degrees Celsius. Hence a heat wave advisory is in effect. Winds east-northeasterly to east-southeasterly at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Seas moderate, waves up to 7 feet in northeasterly swells. A small craft advisory is in effect. Tide to be high at 9:15 a.m., low at 1 p.m. Sunset today at 5:50, rises tomorrow at 5:56. Just a repeat for the forecast, valid for today and tonight. Generally fair, becoming partly cloudy at times, with isolated morning and nighttime showers. Maximum temperature 33 degrees Celsius. A heat wave advisory is in effect, and a small craft advisory is also in effect. I'm Andre Charles, reporting for the Met Office. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andre. Have a great day.
Thanks, same to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, guys. So, as I was saying, I will be filling in just for a little bit for the independent. Well, I keep saying independent talk. The extension team. It's extension on a Friday. Quickly to check in with you guys on Tuesday. It was on Tuesday that we spoke. And let me go ahead first of all and apologize for not being here yesterday to have the agriculture program. There were a lot of things happening yesterday that were beyond my control. On Tuesday, I challenged everyone to write a letter for World Post Day, which was going to be on Wednesday, and I trust that you guys did. We are going to follow up on that on Monday, God's will. So, if you didn't get to do it on Wednesday, then I hope that sometime during the day or over the weekend, you write a letter. Okay? Great. Good morning, Master Carl.
Hi, morning, Nabi.
How are you today?
I'm good, and thanks for filling in short notice.
Not a problem. It's not a problem at all.
Really?
I think I have a caller. I think you have a caller.
Let me take it and see.
Yeah, let's see. No, it's not a caller. It's just me needing to release the phone. I think we got it there now. Okay, great.
Well, we have a call?
No, it wasn't a call. Anyways, like I said, it was not a problem, you know. I just don't like the last minute, but it's not a problem. But I'm going to let you do your due, because you know this is not my forte. And I'm just gonna man the controls. Sounds like a plan?
Yep.
Wonderful.
Morning to all the listeners, and we didn't get the theme song this morning, Nabi. And people are going to say, what's all the theme song?
So let me go ahead.
And then you have another one, they say one stroke of a pen, they does one that too. So if you could, if you could do it.
Let me
According to the Jamaican and them do it.
Let me see what I can do. I hope this is it.
Has only created disorder. Unions are formed for men to speak as one. NATO to ensure that no one country has autonomy over the
Well,
Let me leave it out.
yeah, because it's coming in, but that's what it's giving me. So I'm not sure what that is. What that is about.
You say it's not your thing, but you should be able to speak a little bit on that.
Okay.
Yesterday was Mental Health Day, I think.
Yes, it was World Mental Health Day yesterday.
And I'll tell you this, Nabi. Whenever I see mentally challenged people, I say to myself, if it was not for the goodness of the Ancient of Days, there goes I. So because of that, I doesn't discriminate against mentally challenged people. Just a few minutes ago, I went in a place to get a cup of tea, and I met a mentally challenged person. And they asked me for a cup of tea. And I agreed to give them the cup of tea or to buy them a cup of tea. And the proprietor was not too pleased. But I say, if it was not for the goodness of God, there goes I. So, I don't think we should discriminate against mentally challenged people. And we need to do what we could do for them, because they are part of the society, whether we please or displease. And all of us have some, maybe friend or relative of mentally challenged people. So I think it's how we treat with people is the acid test as how we as a community or a country goes along. I think Child Month too.
Yes, so so there are a lot of things happening this month. It's Mental Health Month, there's Child Month, and then there is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Yes, that is the other one. In recent times, I have a couple of friends who unfortunately had having the news of that.
Oh.
As we say and we agree, sometimes it's not easy to keep abreast with it, but it's something at least you should try to.
Yes.
So I hope you as a woman
Well, you know,
do absconding from that.
Interesting enough, on Tuesday I was speaking about, I was not in the best mood on Tuesday. A lot was going on, but I was speaking about it, and I said that, you know, I am one of those people who fall short of doing that, but I am going to try my best sometime next week, because the week it's already Friday, but I'm going to try my best sometime next week to see if I can just get myself checked out and ensure that, everything is well. There are self-examinations that you can do. It's everywhere on the internet, and I like to say the University of Google is my best friend. So I always, if I don't know how to do something, if I don't know how to maneuver something, then best believe me and Google, we best friends. We go hand in hand. So if you're not able as a woman to make it to the health station per se, there is a number of videos on the internet where you can administer self-examinations. If you feel something is a bit off while administering it, then I would then suggest that you make it your duty to try and at least go to the medical center or to your doctor, whichever you prefer, to get it checked out. But we as women, we fall short, and me, I can definitely speak from experience because I fall short every time in that avenue. And back to the mental challenge person that you were referencing to. While we don't want to discriminate, but we have to also be very mindful, because when they come and they ask for certain things, you don't know. I prefer personally to purchase a drink or something for you to eat as opposed to me giving you the money, because there has been instances where I've given money to persons and it was not used for what it was intended or what they told me that it was going to be used for. So I learned my lesson in that category. I prefer to, if you want a drink, I'm gonna get it for you. If you want something to eat, I'm gonna get it. You're not getting the money from me.
That is a wise thought.
Yeah.
Because most times we know once there are times when those persons come up to me and ask me for money to buy something to eat or drink. And when I offer to buy it for them, they don't really want it. You see, they go buy it for themselves.
Yeah.
So you know that right. They come to me last time, he know me very well. And it seems like he take target on me. So anytime he see me, he go approach me for something. And he come giving me this long story. I will say, Mr. Man, I know what you want to do, I know what you want to do with what. So the amount I'm going to give you would not enable you to do it. Not that I don't want to really give you thing. And I bought a roti for him. And then when I went up the road a little bit, the man tell me he passed and asked him to sell the roti. But then again, I still don't discriminate.
What? That's how he's passed to sell the roti. So me knowing you in St. Patrick or wherever, knowing that, okay, you're a mentally challenged person and I'm supposed to buy a roti from you. I mean, let's be realistic.
Yeah, but yeah.
Ah, boy.
So it does be sad.
It is.
Somebody said it is the month of the elderly in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
It's the month of all. And you talk about child month, just to say this. We continue to hear incidents of child abuse, both sexual, both physical, and otherwise. I think it's time we as a people truly recognize the children are the future, or our future, or the future of the nation. And as such, how we prepare them will determine the type of nation we would have. So when we, in the autumn to the winter of our lives, we ought not to be saying, so about, most times we hear people sit and say all kind of derogatory things about the children. But they forgetting the children are a reflection of what they were taught by us. It's like we're running a relay, And if you don't pass the baton good, you go fall. And if the baton fall, you cannot continue the race.
True.
So it's what we transmit to the children. Because one person said to me, Massacre, no children never asked to come here.
That is true. medication.
So once they hear and we're responsible for them, we ought to do what is expected. So this month is a big month for the mentally challenged, the elderly, the children, the breast cancer. And on breast cancer, you see, in recent times, you have more persons having that. Now, my take on it is, did we have it before and we didn't recognize when somebody died, we don't know what they die of? Or our lifestyle now has changed, or diet has changed, and a lot of things going forward, like we don't exercise like we used to, and we turn armchair and so on persons. So what it is?
I would say it's a number of factors. I would say it was there before, and it's now more prevalent because of the things that we ingest. And the fact that we've gotten a bit complacent when it comes to exercising and so forth. We're a bit more laid back. We don't look at the bush remedies as we used to before. We more go for the store, the over-the-counter medication or the prescribed medication. And even the things that they're putting in the food. Mind you, I try to look at the nutritional content of things, and I 100% believe that there are a lot of things that are left out that are placed in there, and that has basically fast-tracked it a bit more, but I believe it was there even before. It just was not as prevalent as it is now.
Well, it's something we all as a nation and all as a people have to check it, because the health of the nation determines the wealth of the nation.
That's true.
And if we have the cradle of civilization, which is women sick and causing them unable to procreate, we are in a problem. Because in my view, simply this, I believe we as a country is underpopulated. Some might have different views, because how long now you hearing we have 100,000 people?
It's been
A
a while.
very long time. You hear all sense or something quoting Grenada is a nation of 100 people, 100,000. You hear 100,000 job 100,000. And it seems like the population now going through migration and persons leaving us and transition. So I think, and if that is happening to the women in the country, in leaps and bounds, is a sad situation. And I think we have to sit up in our chair and say, nah, let me do something about that. In terms of the elderly, a lot of times we forget that the elderly are the ones who pave the way for where we are at now. Through blood, sweat, and tears, and the sacrifice. Like I was saying Wednesday, they all are heroes, but sometimes we don't recognize. We rob them, we mock them, we tease them. And all they ask for us is just to be civil with them. You know? I don't think they ask for much more. And, you know, we become a nation that we don't care about people outside us or our close circles. So, like for instance, all the talk about caring for the elderly, we find some people too old to be around us. And we don't take time to get to know them or time to speak to them. And believe you me, if we do that, there's a lot of lessons we will learn from those people now. Now, I was having a conversation with my father one time, and I was trying to tell him certain things, and he looked at me straight and he said, watch, let me tell you, what is new for you is simply a rewind for me. Because they have a lot of life experiences that could do us well. Because they've been there, done that. So here goes, Nabi. Real expressions for Friday, the 11th day of October 2024, the extension.
This is where you get into your nitty gritty. So this is where I can leave now.
But you could until you need it. Yeah, you could until you need it. So check in.
Yes, I'll check in because we have a lot happening today. It's
Yeah,
Friday,
yes,
so all right.
yes.
So the reins is on you. You can message me when you need me. Okay.
No, yeah, because we just expect
I know you expect
the
callers.
one crying out in the wilderness. So when he's ready, I'll think you.
I'm just going to check to see if the person is out there, so I can let her know what's going on,
Right.
and then I'll come back. Right? Okay. Good.
Okay. Let's go. Grenada still remains my constituency, as we say here. Is my parliament, and I'm the people's spokesman. Blessed and protected by the Ancient of Days. My purpose here is to bring people the facts. What people do with the facts is a matter entirely for them. Facts has only one side. Opinion matters not. What you do with the facts is a matter entirely for you, but it is the intention and the hope that the facts is just get sidetracked a bit. We hope that more information will enable you to make better decisions. I'm here to advocate for the truth and justice, even when it does not affect me personally. Justice delayed is justice denied. No matter what happens from here on in, the truth and justice will be on my side. And history will record me on the right side, even if a dead ant's gonna bring the news for me. I'm not here to flatter anybody or give any undue praise, but here to speak facts, truth, and unvarnished information. I'm here to advocate for those who cannot do it for themselves, and there's a lot of persons in this nation who wants to advocate, but they cannot do it for themselves. I'm here to bring hope to those who are hurting by the actions of this government, poor people terrorists. My currency and legal tender is unvarnished information, the truth and facts. Where shame is absent, anything could happen. Because I could come here and just get into melee talk and personal talking, and speak non-issues. But I think I have a duty to this nation and the persons who listen. I know what the fans expect, and they expect me to bring the facts, bring truth and unvarnished information. So I will not slip up on the expectations of the people as long as the government continue to play the goat. I will be one to speak to them and speak about it or speak of it. On the extension where any issue could be discussed, in recent days we hearing about the Nigeria and the Prime Minister's visit or non-visit or trickery or lie, or if he know he going in Nigeria all the time and pretend he going in Rwanda. There's some other topics which we have to discuss or we should discuss, which we'll get to today. Why NDC trick and deceive the National Democratic Congress and the supporters. Another one is how many members of the NDC were involved in the massive deception. To what extent the Deacon-led NDC policy is counterproductive and will cause traditional businesses to contract. NDC policy of restorative justice could contribute to low productivity in the government services. NNP are advancing the position that they are the rescue team. Are they preparing their members and supporters for the enormity of the challenge after the NDC? So, just to speak a little bit or to add my 2 pence on the Nigeria issue. On Monday, October 7th, a press release on the Prime Minister's Facebook page informed the nation that he had left Grenada for Rwanda. I think Rwanda may be there on the eastern side. In his absence, Finance Minister Dennis Connell, my MP, would be acting as Prime Minister. However, although he left the country, he canceled the trip midway because of an outbreak of Marburg virus disease that was confirmed in Rwanda on the 27th of September. Don't forget that date. The disease was confirmed on the 27th. On the 7th, he said he's going in Rwanda of October. I am on 27 and a lot of days. Based on, well, let me read it and then we'll go unpack. The disease is a deadly illness related to Ebola. So when we just say they need to go because they're worse than Ebola. You understand what we're saying? The disease does not have any approved vaccines or treatment. It was first confirmed on the 27th of September. And as of October 6th, there are some dates, don't forget it. The outbreak had infected 56 people and killed 12. According to the World Health Organization, the virus is transmitted to humans from fruits, bats, and then through contact with bodily fluid or infected individual. So when they want to feel pam-pam, they could get the disease too. So let's try to unpack this thing here. Because we're trying to simplify it so the 9-year-old and 7-year-old children that are listening could understand. In Rwanda, there was the outbreak of disease, a disease, which was confirmed on the 27th day of September. As of the 6th day of October, in Rwanda, information revealed that 56 persons had the virus and 12 died. Okay, they're on the 6th of October. So that information was not concealed because the World Health Organization is on top of that. But the Prime Minister on the 7th, you know, after the 6 way, 12 people dead, 56 people have it, they don't have no vaccine or no treatment for it. The Prime Minister tell this nation he going in Rwanda. Was it the truth? Or was he, as per usual, lying like when horse trotting? Because you see, the Prime Minister has a track record. When he speaks, what he says could be easily debunked, could be easily proved a lie, manifestly not true. So, okay. Because the thing kind of looking dodgy. So, the 27th disease thing, 6th of October, people dead already. But the Prime Minister say on the 7th, he's still going across there. All right, he's a big man. Could waste the country purse. And what is interesting, the point to put to note here, the virus is transmitted through contact with bodily fluids of infected individual. Bodily fluids from infected individual is not 100 ways you could get it. It's just a few ways you could get bodily fluids from other individual. So, if you're not to fall on galvanize all kind of thing, we understand how going on. Well, who want to work in post office, we know. So, that the first part of the thing. The Prime Minister did not return to Grenada after cancelling his trip to Rwanda because of the disease outbreak. But instead, he diverted to Nigeria. But what is instructive to note? He lived to go in Rwanda, which is on the east coast of the continent of the motherland. And he ended up in Nigeria on the west coast of the continent of the motherland. The Prime Minister's trip to Nigeria come days before the Investment Mitigation Agency, the CBI, which administers the Citizenship by Investment Program, holds a marketing week for October, from October 14th to the 18th. Hundreds of CBI citizens are Nigerians, according to data from the Investment Migration Agency. Nigeria provides 21% of the number of people approved as citizens through the CBI program during the second quarter of 2024. I think they say about 1,800 passports could have been sold. So when I hear this thing, I remember Nigeria. If you do your Google research, as Nabi said this morning, the University of Google, you will see Nigeria high up in the list of countries of scammers. So then, I say, if Nigerians hold 21% of number of persons approved by the CBI, I say, well, good scammers could come over here. And then I remember all the talk the government talking about this voting machine and them. NNP. People. Well, I don't call them only NNP. I call to the people who love Grenada. Stay awake. The Prime Minister pull another one on us. Morning, Senior.
Yeah, good morning, good morning.
Welcome, Senior. Adjust.
Always
start. And are cutting through the Prime Minister's recent lies. Because when we come here senior, we don't come here to just cast aspersions. The Prime Minister on the 7th of October, senior, the Prime Minister said he going in Rwanda. But on the 27th of September, that before the 17th, they say oh, he has some illness across the end of the Marburg or something virus. On the 6th of October, senior, they say 56 people have it and 12 dead. And the World Health Organization says there are no vaccine or treatment. But the 7th, after all that information is known, the Prime Minister says he's going in the same place. But lo and behold, senior, the Prime Minister did not return after cancelling a trip to Rwanda. He just go to Nigeria. But based on the little knowledge we know, and we work in the public service, so we have an idea, senior. Prime Minister just doesn't get up and go in another country so without some level of planning, senior. Even when West Indies are to tow a critical country, they send people before to check out this in, to know what is what. So the Prime Minister all along, in my view, knew he was going in Nigeria because what is interesting, the CBI, what we just talk about here, senior, have a marketing week from the 14th to the 18th of October to sell more passport. And they say the number of Nigerians provide 21% of the number of persons approved as CBI citizens through the CBI program during the second quarter of 2024, senior. And that what make the thing get dodgy. Well, let me take the call. Hello? Morning.
Hello?
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay, sir.
Yes. To be honest with you, I'm listening to the program, and if I tell you something, it's about 3 days from now, from today, 3 nights from today. If I tell you what I saw, I'm in foreign. And I saw, and to be honest, I just listened to you know, that a plane land and Point International, Morris Bishop International Airport. And there was some security that lined up in a way. And one man came out, took out a man on a wheelchair from a plane. It's first time I saw a human being like that. He walked in, but his head is very low to the ground. His back is bent. And I see some people running and like to whistle this man into a room, to be honest with you. And I'm just listening and I'm saying, what kind of person this person is? He's very low to the ground, a short little man. And I see some securities whistling him through a building at the airport 3 nights ago, playing. And I say, what kind of person that person is? He never look up, he never look low. It's like a man who have a little man. I'm telling you. Master Carl, I don't know, but I just follow with what to say. I'm listening.
That must have been a vision or a dream. Yeah. But the reality is, yeah.
All right, caller. So, not only that, senior, the visit to Nigeria is not a state visit. You always say, here, senior, to Google the 10 most corrupt lawyers in the world. I would just add a little piece to it. Google the 10 most corrupted businessmen in Africa. So, photos were shown with the Prime Minister when he went to some refinery down there and some fertilizer place. Well, I hope we get some fertilizer here, senior. And making all kind of shenanigans. And he's a private person, a private business person. He did by in Nigeria. But I want to give some, because we here we just give information. We do Optiva Capital Partners Limited, a Nigerian company formed in 1990 as an insurance brokerage, was since evolved into full-fledged wealth management company. It's the latest international marketing agent for Grenada's Citizen by Investment Program. So, you understand the kind of thing we're dealing with here, Mr. Pe? It's not no ordinary thing. So, you see that trip the Prime Minister has made to this place, you know, is very, very taxing on the brain, Mr. Pe. And we have to be wary of what is going on. Now, in that same article, notice is hereby given that pursuant to Section 13 of the Grenada Citizens by Investment Act 2023, Optiva Capital Partners Limited, Third Floor Alico Plaza, PC12, Churchgate Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria, has been granted a license of marketing agent and is therefore authorized to conduct business in the state of Grenada pursuant to the terms and conditions specified in the said Grenada Citizen by Investment Act of 2013. Now, the issue here is senior. This Prime Minister is presently in Lagos, the same place where this thing is senior. Now we keep asking this Prime Minister, are you a CBI agent here and there in his Cornwall? You see how the thing unfolding, senior? So now, because we want to go through that in a way that people go understand. The Nigeria Marketing Week will be from the 14th to the 18th. So the Prime Minister, who we knew was, and we don't know if still is, a CBI agent, we keep asking if he is a beneficial owner to a company that is a CBI agent. Is the Prime Minister, who is the chairman of the Cabinet of Grenada, who decides how the CBI run, is the Minister of National Security, who signs off on every citizen that get it. Is they in a place where they have in a marketing for citizen by investment? Is it? We don't know, we're asking. Is it that he going in front, or he taking in front before in front take him, senior? Senior, I need to hear you on that. There is an experienced guy in tongue long, this kind of thing, and shouldn't get past you.
I think we've been speaking quite a lot. And at first time, initially, they attempted to ignore us. And then they realized they cannot ignore us. They want to shut down the radio station in a knot. They want to jail Andrew Donald. They asked for public beatings. Now, if that does not arouse individuals in our country and ask why, these individuals have been consistent and they dare and challenge the authorities to take them on. And they say they're speaking the truth. And they have been consistent. Initially, they was ignored. One heavyweight in the NDC said, it's only noise they're making. Ignore them. But it seems now they can't ignore you no more. So they want to shut down the radio station and they're not. They start casting aspersion and making very demeaning and insulting statements towards the North. Now, if that does not provoke some concern in Grenadians, we're in trouble. We're in trouble like capital T. We spoke a lot about that third party that dictating our foreign affairs. No one can challenge us on that. And we ask, who sent Dick Mitchell? And maybe these are that's why one should ask, perhaps now, why NDC? I think the question that we should ask now are NDC moderates. Because we have different arms of NDC. We have moderate NDC, we have supporters of NDC, we have militant NDCs. Why NDC trick and deceive the National Democratic Congress and their supporters? I think when we rest on that question, the pieces of puzzle would start to fit in place. Now, maybe if you are an NNP supporter, you may not expect much from NDC if you're very naive, just because they in power and you not. So you will not be so surprised. But if you are a die-hard supporter of NDC, you are a moderate supporter of NDC, you are one of the master planners of NDC, you ought to take that question, why NDC trick and deceive members of the National Democratic Congress and the supporters. Perhaps when we start to explore this and all the things that we see, the pattern that going on, you will understand why Dickney is in Nigeria.
And senior, what concerns me most is simply this. Who is paying for this trip? Because to me, this thing more look like a private thing.
But if you is the Prime Minister of the country, this thing about private trip is practically null and void.
Yes, so who is
You're not on holidays.
So yes. The second thing, there's a picture on the internet. And the gentleman in the picture, a part of the when you heard about the lotto fiasco and the lotto building on Melville Street and who collects the money. But the crux of the matter, senior, the present Prime Minister, in the presence of thousands of Grenadians and before God, made ruthless, unrealistic promises to the Grenadian people. So behind closed doors in Nigeria, we don't know what kind of promises he's making in name. Because if he openly, in the last campaign, made all these promises, which he knew at the time, supported by Dennis Cornwall and Lennox Andrew and them, and as you say, dabbled with the occult, what kind of promises is he giving this businessman and other people in Nigeria as we speak? And that is a matter for concern. And senior, like you always see, and I'm going to reiterate because I want people to understand, when you Google the most corrupt lawyers in the world, Google the most corrupt businessmen in Africa, and then you will find out, because we don't afraid to give people the gateway to information, because we say our information is unvarnished information, truth and facts. And it is concerning, senior, that 21% of the people is Nigeria. And if you Google the nation with the highest amount of scammers in the world, that are reading well for us as a people. Igwe. So we have over 500 Nigerians here, or who is citizens, who could vote here. And we're hearing all this talk in recent times about the registration lists, senior, strange names. And these fellas them had the ability to interfere with voting machines. Senior, this thing is a matter for concern. The Grenadian public cannot no longer stay idly by and say, well, it will affect me. Because ultimately it will affect your children. And your children. So if you don't stay weak, as some people stay woke, that is a matter for serious concern. And if that is not opening, as you say, the cesspit for corruption, then what is in it?
It's a challenge. I think basically we just try to provide information for people, because you cannot say it's they, it's us.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say it's they, it's us. If you observe a particular pattern, it's consistent, it is regular, it is not cohesive among all members, then that must be of concern to you. I'm not surprised at I've been studying the Prime Minister from the time he come in politics. I remember I was asked, because I always say I express my opinion on people. And when I was asked about him, I couldn't express an opinion. I had serious concern and doubt. But I resolved that opinion while I continued to study him. And then very early I declared him as a fake. I said, we bought a cat in a bag and we get a fake. The question is, did the National Democratic Congress knew the Prime Minister was a fake? And I'm advancing the position that a lot of members of the NDC don't know, including ministers of government. They don't know who or what they're dealing with. They have been used. They have been manipulated. And some of them is a shock. And even more shock and surprise and disappointed than NNP supporters. Even ministers of the NDC government today are disappointed and they're surprised. But the loyalty is bought and paid for. A political gag is placed on some of their mouth. And what they say to the press is extremely limited. My biggest concern was some of the people who are around the NDC. And I do not believe they were the masterminds of the trickery and deception that was played out on NDC. NDC was tricked NDC was tricked and deceived. A lot of the members of the NDC now is shamed and they're disappointed. There were such strong supporters of NDC. How could they now acknowledge they were tricked? And I think that is, it's a hard thing to sell. But they say when your neighbor house on fire, you have to take water and wet yours. I expressed several times my opinion that small countries like ours, with 14, 15, 20 members of parliament, have to be very careful that big companies and unscrupulous individuals do not buy our politicians. Anytime that becomes endemic in your country, you're in trouble. And I believe the NDC, they have a group among them that initiated a takeover policy that was full of deception and trickery. They sat down and planned lies to woo the majority of individuals. They bought some of the individuals. They trick some of the individuals. Some of them are recognizing that. But I think they're shame and embarrassed to acknowledge it. This situation will get worse.
And you see that Nigeria thing, senior. You know, I looking at this thing from deeper. The person whom the Prime Minister is presently visiting is said to worth $13 billion. Our Prime Minister often talks or speaks to who could be bought and whom out on the ground if they could be politicians. We've seen gracious offers. We've seen 150, as they say. We've heard about sweet spot. So what is there hindering this gentleman to buy them politicians here?
It's not he that is buying the politicians. He's just the medium used. That's why I ask, who sent Deacon Mitchell? I've said that from day one, months after Deacon coming to power. I asked, who sent him? Deacon is not a socialist. He don't have 1 dram of socialist blood in him. He uses Maurice Bishop's popularity as how individual use people work plagiarism. He used Maurice Bishop's popularity and as such aroused a lot of revolutionary fervor. So the individuals who was Marxist, Leninist and socialists in our country, it was like a catalyst. Mm-hmm. When Deacon, he tried to evoke a dabber in the occult. Remember, these people don't care about religion. They said religion is the opium of the people. All these group of people is anti-Israelis. They're anti-Jews and they're anti-Christian. But they're wise enough to know that they have to play snake in the grass, because they must get the mandate of the majority of Christians to get in control. This thing is playing out like a book. Once you have a small group of people and you could buy a politician after election, is a disease that enter your political arena. You may try to influence the politicians before, but if after they win, they could be easily bought, you're in trouble. one member of the government, that is my brother Ron. I went back to find out about Ron in school. Those who he function with in school. And Ron, they tell me, is not somebody you could keep silent easy. But a gracious offer has silenced Ron.
Catty tongue after that gracious offer.
The question Grenadians must ask themselves, why NDC trick and deceive the National Democratic Congress and the supporters? Why? How come all these NDC members never realized they were tricked?
Up to this day.
If you remember, one of the reasons advanced for putting Dick on board, because there were other names floating around our leadership, he had the ability to pay out NDC debt. 2 million, I think.
Yeah.
If you have a political organization and have a debt of $2 million and lack the ability to pay out that debt and was prepared to surrender the political parties to a newcomer who did not come from the belly of NDC. They knows nothing about him. He did not come from the belly of NDC.
Well, how was
He was not involved in any organizational work in the country. He did not come from the trade union. He was not known to involve in canvassing and advocating and networking on behalf of the people or on behalf of NDC.
his track record as one fighting against the Grenadian Party?
He fought against MNIB, and MNIB beat him. He fought against the person who lost their life in St. Patrick's, and he won.
He fight for Grand Lake.
He represented the electricity company because the government felt that the fee that they asked for was too much. But they showed it in the rules and regulation that it was legal, so he won.
If you have a call, let's take it. Morning call.
I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. Good morning to you, Master Call.
Yay.
And good morning to you, Senior.
Yes, good morning.
And Igwe, if you are there, and to the listening audience. Master Call, this morning, I have a very heavy heart as a Grenadian. And I am a very, very concerned citizen of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. And first time in the history of this administration, I have an indictable matter against the Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell. Master Call, as a past police officer, can you define the word by dictionary definition when we said that the matter is an indictable matter? Will you please explain that to me before I start?
It's a heavy matter, triable before a judge and have a heavy penalty.
Will you please say it again, sir?
Triable before a judge and have a heavy penalty.
So as it is present right now, I indict this Prime Minister. And this is the evidence for the indictable matter. While you enjoying yourself, Mr. Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell, on the backs of taxpayers, you enjoying yourself on the backs of taxpayers' money. While you presently right now, sir, are having a ball of a time in the city of Lagos, yourself and your beautiful two children. Let me congratulate you, Mr. Dickon Mitchell. You have two beautiful children. I love them, a boy and a girl. And one of these good days, I would like to see the mother who gave birth to these two beautiful children. And as the Prime Minister, it is of paramount importance that we know the name of your two children. They are wonderful children. Congratulations to you and that woman that give birth to those beautiful children. But while you are having a ball of a time, while you change your flight at mid-air, while you claim you was going to a particular country, but you end up in Lagos among your rich friends. You end up in Lagos, Mr. Prime Minister, and taking out photo with your rich and wealthy friends, and you dress in the same outfit like them. And while you fly first class, you and your children, Mr. Prime Minister, and while you lie down in one of the best hotels in Lagos, you have young children on the island of Carriacou and Pitimatnik that do not have a place to lay the head. And while you is eating from the best waiter in the hotel of Lagos, we have our teachers that cannot get paid. While you are enjoying a very great and wealthy life with the money of tax people, money of Grenada, our police officers throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik do not have a proper place to perform. While you enjoying part of our insurance money of $118 million, dear sir, yet our teachers are crying out. There is no proper health care in our hospital, Mr. Deacon Mitchell. While you're posing with the rich, while you're posing with the wealthy, and identifying the clothes to be like them is only about you, Mr. Prime Minister. While you're so rich and healthy and you claim to be a man of deep pocket, you are the Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik. While you enjoying a lascivious lifestyle and a wealthy lifestyle, there are children in Grenada now that cannot go to school because the parents are not in a job, sir. I have an indictable matter against you. That while you and your children, and I have no problem with you and your children having a good time in Lagos, but while that is happening, you have children this morning that cannot get a hot meal this morning to go to school. You have people in Carriacou that do not have a roof over the shelter, over the head. You have your ministers that drawing $24,000 a month and doing nothing for Grenada, while you have the teachers crying out they cannot get $1. You have to be accountable unto us, Mr. Deacon Mitchell. I need you to take into consideration that first time I cry out like that because you are accountable to the people of Grenada and Carriacou and Pitimatnik. And you have a bunch of frogs around you called MPs and senators. You the MPs and you the senators around Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell have a heart. None of all you cannot say, Mr. PM, you're going the wrong way. I have an indictable matter against you, and when I sum up my evidence, I come to the conclusion, sir, that you is unfit for office. You get into power to enrich yourself. And I have one question to ask you as I indict you this morning. Who are the people that running our country of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik? Have a heart. I rest my case, Master Carl.
Well, you could declare guilty, but you can't declare unfit for office because he was elected by the people.
He was elected by the people.
So you could declare him guilty.
But best senior, he was elected by the people. But based on the evidence that we have, where leadership and accountability,
then you have to take the matter to the people.
Yes, unfit for office.
You have to take the matter to the people.
While you sit down in Lagos, and you know what he did? I don't know who is responsible for that. Why it is that we cannot know what is the Prime Minister's mission? Why it is that they have to hide it, Master Call, in so much a dirty way?
Perhaps you have to go to who sent him.
Why they have to do that for?
You may have to go back to who sent him.
Why?
Because
who sent you, Deacon Mitchell? Grenadian, I plead to you. NNPites, I plead to you. NDCites, I plead to you. And if there is any other political party in Grenada, let us all get together, whether you NDC, whether you NNP, let us all get together and move that guy out of office.
You got to do that on the ballot.
Going to regret it. I rest my case. Have a blessed morning.
You see, one of the questions we ask ourselves, and we have to try to be objective without much passion. You do not know if Deacon is enjoying himself. You don't know. We do not know if the Prime Minister is being manipulated as a rara. We do not know if the Prime Minister of Grenada is a stooge and is being used. You see, this is the first time in Grenada politics we are dealing with a scenario like that. There is no other precedent in Grenada's history for a political party to be tricked and deceived, because the National Democratic Congress was tricked and they were deceived, them and their supporters. Even the journalists that are very supportive of the NDC are unable to defend them. We have to sometimes take the emotion out of it and examine these things and be concerned. At this stage, we must be concerned for Deacon. I don't think Deacon is calling the shots at all. Deacon perhaps was ordered to go to Nigeria. And that is why he have to sneak out. And we have to be very careful about going after politician children. Being a child of a politician is traumatic enough. Please leave the children out of this scenario. Yes, Carla.
Mr. Pierre, Master Carl, we agree. Mr. Pierre, the unions, he's a man always talk about the unions. The unions have a lot to pay with that. The union is part of the third party that put Deacon Mitchell in office. And I haven't heard no one is talking about that.
The union was deceived. They're not part of it. The union was just deceived. They were just deceived.
Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre, go back and follow what was going on during the NNP time. Go on and follow it, Mr. Pierre.
You see, Color.
Mr. Pierre. We can't hide from the union, Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre, they go all out. All out, Mr. Pierre. They go all out to fight on Dr. Mitchell and the NNP. That's why right now, Mr. Pierre, I told you that before, the union have no clout, no power whatsoever. Deacon starts off by going behind their back and give nurses money, give doctors money. Now he come up now to deal with the pension. And what he did, he gone behind their back again. You understand? Who to be blamed is the biggest question. It's not the few people who vote for him. It's those who encourage the people to vote for him. And the union was front and back in this whole thing. We cannot leave the union out, Mr. Pierre. And this man know that he was going to Nigeria. He knew he couldn't take his kids to that place where all the sickness is.
Rwanda.
He knew. Yes, no wonder. He knew, Mr. Pierre. The plan was to get out of Grenada, trying to think he could fool us. And when he reached in Britain, then now he decided, he can't go there. So he default and go across there. No!
He know all along he didn't go in there. He never intended to go there.
Master Carl, you saying that too?
He never intended to go in Rwanda? Nigeria he lived to
He was
go?
never going to Rwanda. Never was going there.
Because on the
And I want
6th,
Grenadians to read between the lines.
because on the 6th of October, 12 people dead, 50 something infected, and he don't want no curing.
No, he was not
So he
going
must
there.
know that.
He knew he wasn't going there. He knew he's an agent and he's going to settle his business.
And the fact that
So
he take
he
his
went
children with him
to-
tells another story again.
Yes. So you guys have a good one, man.
Thank you.
Yes,
I think
he-
sometimes we have to, it's so easy to go against the Prime Minister and NDC without seriously looking at it. How I see now, I feel sorry for the Prime Minister. I think who knows if the Prime Minister was ordered to travel? Some third force is managing the Prime Minister. The people around him have to start to ask questions. Whether or not he just a rara and he's a stooge and been used. The people around the Prime Minister now have to be concerned. Because what the Prime Minister doing beat all cockfight.
Morning caller. Hello?
Good morning, Master Carl. Morning, Igwe. Morning, Mr. Pierre.
Okay, morning.
How we doing?
We good?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Master Carl,
Mhm.
two things quickly. Are you remember Independence celebration this year?
Who could forget that?
Or can we call that?
Who could forget
Right.
that?
Are you remember who was the guest, who Deacon had as a guest yet?
Tell us. Tell the people. Don't leave them in suspense.
Link that to what is happening now. The country of Africa. Continental Africa. Link that to what is happening now. You telling me that this guy, this Prime Minister didn't know since September 27 that this disease was going around in that place that he was headed to. This man disappeared for like 72 hours. Nobody in Grenada knew where the Prime Minister was. Then he popped up in another area with his children. Now leaving the children out. But watch who's accompanying him. And then you're hearing this man attending some IMA meeting, some conference and such. Let me tell you something. That country or that area you went to, they are known to notoriously campaign political adversaries' funds. So that's one. Number two, there seems to be an attack on the public service workers. And it is very dangerous. Folks, I'm hearing people calling programs and saying sabotage. No, in the Public Service Commission and the folks that are working in the public service, there are certain things that you cannot say as a worker, and you wouldn't say. So when, for instance, if there's no money, right, and the workers there has to pay payrolls, they cannot say whether or not there's money or not. They will take the blame, and they're taking the debt like sheep. Mr. Grimes is trying his best, right? Now you're hearing the Teachers Union president coming out openly and cussing his people and them. He actually cussed Andy. He cussed all the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Education. But he's still defending his party. Listen very carefully, folks. This is dangerous because they're attacking public workers. There's NMP people and throw them out. My question is, when NMP was there, from 2013 to 2022, wasn't there NEC supporters in there too? Was any NMP supporters saying, sure, these people are them? These are things you have to look at, because I keep saying we are entering a stage of dangerous democracy, and I keep saying it. These men joking at answers and they're joking things that they cannot be able to control. Deacon is no longer in Grenada, his mind, body, and soul. And to the NEC supporters who are listening now, take that as an opening reality for you all. This man don't care about nobody but himself. Look what is happening. Look at the ministers. Look at what's going on. Ministers not on the same page. They are doing their own thing. You are hearing ministers accessing the amount of 600,000 in their account. You are hearing all these things. You are seeing corruption in broad daylight. Mr. Carl, I pass in through the Woodlands area every morning, and there's no work going on that property, none whatsoever. But they're on TV telling people that what's going on recently, and the Williams what's going on, and there's nothing going on there. I pass you there. Why these people lying?
I have some questions to ask him about Woodlands.
You understand? Nothing is going on there. There's 2 big tractors parked up in the entrance to go up there, and they've been there for about 4 weeks now. No movement. And this man go as recently as last week on a program and saying, what's going on there? You know? And
The 100,000 and the 15,000 going on. You right?
And then you hear about the contractor wanting his money is on the hand or on the way, whatever you got to get. These are things that we are seeing, you know. And I'm telling you, it is rather sad that certain NEC supporters choose to focus on Dr. Mitchell and his party. If NEP is dead, so be it. Why you also put top up a 2 meter, 2 solar meters, who's leader, who's not? This thing about Peter David and Evelyn Pear and Dwight Horsford, this is an illusion in the NEC minds. In it. Dr. Mitchell will surprise these people, and I'm telling you all, listen carefully what I'm saying today. When that surprise comes out, you're going to say, I said it. They're falling into the trap of Dr. Mitchell, one of the most successful politicians probably in the Caribbean and the world. They're falling into the trap. They're falling into the trap and they're eating their own self. And lastly, this morning, Master Carl, me and a friend of mine was talking, driving to work. And this young lady doesn't take part in politics. And she was asking me, what going on with the Prime Minister? So the Prime Minister was missing for a couple of days, you know, just making a joke. But she told me she heard anything corruption and things like that. I said, well, yeah. And I explained to her what taking place in GB Bank. And she, that young lady, is a congregant, and I tried to explain to her how this thing is supposed to work. And do you know, I sent the whole document to her, and I highlighted the part where the members of the legislature are not supposed to be involved. And she told me she don't know how this thing happening, but if ever somebody go make a jail, somebody, if I know, go make a jail. Master Carl, you all have a good day.
All right, take care. You about on? Oh, you take it. Morning, caller.
Good morning.
Hey, morning. How you doing, caller?
I'm very well, thanks. Carl, how you do?
I'm good.
Mr. Pierre, good morning.
Yes, good morning. It's good to hear your voice.
Yes, a special good morning to you, gentlemen. As I was driving and I was listening, I just wanted to chime in to say this. We can disagree with the Prime Minister all we want about his politics, but I believe his person should be respected. His children are off limits.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to talk that they're on vacation with him, okay, that's news. That's the item. Who their mothers are, who their mother is off limits. We need to be very careful about these things. And, you know, it's very easy when we're angry and when we're passionate that we don't know where to draw lines and how to separate issues. But in the discourse, we really have to try our best to elevate the discussions and manage our passions. Again, his young children, very young and impressionable children, right, who didn't ask to be in this role because he was their father long before 2022. And one thing about that gentleman, he has always had a very close and admirable relationship with those children. All right? So we could disagree with him all we want on his management of our country as our Prime Minister, but let us try to respect his person. That's all I wanted to say. All right?
Salient point.
Have a good day.
Bless. Yes, Senior. As you were the first question you asked, why did the NDC trick and deceive the National Democratic Congress and the supporters? And here are some of the questions I want to put, or suggestions I want to put. The supporters was deceived on the payment of pensions, Senior, because the payment of pension was sold that every Grenadian believed they was entitled to a pension. So the supporters of the NDC was deceived. The twice monthly salary, a lot of persons was deceived because they believed the twice monthly salary would have double the amount they get, but it was just cut into 2 portions. Same thing. So the NDC supporters was deceived. The minimum wage senior, the NDC persons was deceived because it was sold as, oh, let me take a call. Morning caller. Hello? Hello? You gone?
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Is this the
You're on the extension live. You're on live. You could go right ahead and speak.
Thank you very much, Master P.
But you have to speak up because we hardly could hear you. Either put the phone closer to your mouth or something.
Yeah, that's what I did. Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Right.
Good morning, Master CC. Good morning. Greetings to everyone. Amen.
Yeah.
The Israelites asked for a king, and God gave them a king. This king whose name was Saul. God anointed him to be king, but then Saul disobeyed God.
We're struggling to hear you.
Yeah. Okay, you can hear me clearly now?
We're struggling to hear you. Just speak a little louder for us. Why don't put the phone close to your mouth or something?
Can you hear me clearly now?
We're hearing you a bit better
Good
now.
morning.
We're hearing you a bit better.
Right. Beautiful. Now, the Israelites asked for a king, and God gave them a king who is Saul.
A Benjaminite.
To be king. Right. And God gave him, anointed him to be king. But then Saul disobeyed God. Rather than doing what the will of God, he did what the people wanted. He disobeyed God. God now went. He knew through Samuel that he had wasn't pleased. He tried to replace David, not allowing David to become king. But when God has made a decision, his will be done. Though Saul had many attempts to remove David, it wasn't successful. David had attempts to remove Saul. He changed his mind. Why? Because he realized the hand of God was on David, on Saul. Now, God had to allow things to happen for Saul to remove, for the hand of God to move. Because remember, the word says, his word shall not come back to him void. So when God has made a decision, we have to look further than what we are seeing. Because in the midst of all this commotion, God is at work. That's all I have to say, Master CC.
All right, take care. Yes, Senior. The National Wage Bill. It was sold in a manner as to make people believe they would make so much money to put a lot of businesses. But it actually put a lot of businesses under pressure, Senior. So that was one of the areas which the members of the supporters of the NDC was strict. The construction of the modern hospital, again, Senior. They say they will construct a modern hospital in collaboration with the St. George's University, a new modern public hospital with teaching facilities as the centerpiece to the development of the education, health, and wellness sector. There are another trick again, Senior. The introduction, you want to call? Let's take it.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Mr. Carl and Mr. Pierre.
Yes.
And Igwe, anyway you are, good morning. When Dr. the Right Honorable Kit Mitchell was in power, he don't have what they don't say about his family. His mother, he was his mother long before he come into politics. His brothers, his son. It's what they don't say, lambaste them. Nobody didn't to call and defend why they saying this, why they don't saying that. Deacon, everybody trying to defend Deacon. Deacon put himself in the public view. He put everybody saw he and his children in Lagos in the picture, you know. So if people say he and his children are up there, I don't see nothing wrong in that. They don't say nothing bad about the children. He and his children in Lagos, and if he didn't want them people to know, he shouldn't put them on picture. Everybody see it. So I don't find why they feel Deacon is it. Everybody want to defend. I just get
Relax, don't get emotional.
The amount of things these people and them say about Dr. Kit Mitchell mother, when he went and visited the Pope and all this kind of a thing, nobody didn't defend him. Why now they have Deacon as a god? Why? You know, I'm so upset this morning.
No, listen. We can't vex when they do it and then do it now. If we vex when they do it senior, why do it now? Yes, senior, as we go. The introduction of the health insurance. That's another area they trick their supporters. The construction of the 500 Grenadian style family homes senior. Free education. And I just give a few. And as the program goes along, we will go more into depth in them senior.
Yeah, we after we sit down and study this political party, NDC, and the actions of Deacon, we asking the question, why did NDC trick and deceive the National Democratic Congress and its supporters? And how many members of NDC was involved in that deception and trickery? Because a few members of NDC trick NDC. They were able to maneuver and take the party away from them because they had the ability to pay the debt. And if you notice, they have sidelined or sent some commanding members of NDC far away from NDC. Some of them have jobs in Cuba, in other countries, so they're not in the center of things. It doeth appear that we have two cabinets. Even some of the ministers don't have a clue what went on in cabinet. Even some of the ministers don't have a clue what went on in cabinet. Yes, Colin.
Yes, good morning. How is everybody doing?
Great.
All right, that's good. I'm just calling to ask the government of Grenada to get over themselves and bring back the way parents have to pay $1 for the school feeding program, please. It's not working out. I think it's costing parents more because some of the kitchens cannot sustain the school feeding, the free lunch. I mean, if every child would have brought $1 every day and you have 800 or 400 children in a primary school, not everybody is going to buy lunch, and not everybody is going to have the dollar to pay the lunch. So you collect $350 or $300 a day for some children, $1 a day from about 300 children. Imagine at the end of the week you have a large, a sizable sum, so that could assist with whatever the government is dropping off at the schools. At the present moment, it is not working out. It's costing parents more because when the schools cannot provide the lunch for $1, you have where parents have to find. Some children literally would be going to school. Some children, parents would be sending their children to school, literally sending them to school on the basis that they'll be getting lunch if they don't have $1. You understand? And right now you have kitchens, like for instance today there's one school that the kitchen is not providing lunch today, so you have to pay for lunch. They're selling the lunch now. They're selling whatever to the child, or maybe once a week or twice a week you have to pay. So what would it cost for somebody to provide $1 to the son or the daughter to send them to get lunch from the school? Bring it back. The free lunch not working. The government don't have the facilities to sustain the free lunch program. This is a colossal failure. It's not working. Bring it back. and you know, if children who cannot afford to pay the dollar, you give them the lunch. But who could afford to pay $1, let them pay it, so you can assist schools with purchasing the produce or the products that is needed, that are needed for the school to maintain the school feeding program. It is not working.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You see, and I think that is even more important why we are asking the question. Why, right in front of our eyes, a small group of people, a small group of people were able to trick and deceive a political party? Why? Who was involved? Who are the members? Obviously, there is a number of members of cabinet who won the seat. That it doesn't seem they was involved in the master plan. This thing was a plan, and you trick a whole political party. I learned when your neighbor house on fire, you take water and wet yours. When Kit Mitchell say the leader of the party is supposed to come from the bowel of the party, it's not the first time he said that. He said before, nobody ain't parachuting inside NNP. He must have seen some worrying signs. We ask the question, who is dictating our foreign policy? We are convinced Dickens is a fake. And now we are convinced that not all the members of the NDC hierarchy knew what was going on. There seems to have a second cabinet that is dictating and giving orders. These ministers seems to have a political gag on them. They can't speak. They shine away from discussion, even in the communities. Something is of concern. We worried now about food in school, and that might be very important, but it is a minor. It is a minor for the enormity of the destruction that's taking place in Grenada now. Your prime minister is on a plane. Some people say he's enjoying himself. Earlier, I thought so. Now I believe the prime minister is being ordered. He's manipulated. He's a stooge. And sometimes he was ordered to come with his family. This is a dangerous thing. Even close members of the cabinet do not have a clue sometimes where the prime minister go. They don't know. We have to be concerned. And if it could happen to NDC, why can it happen to NNP? If we don't take a look at who are the members of NDC that was involved in this master plan and deception. Yeah. We take a break now? Sorry, we take a break and then we return. Thank you very much.
With everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company. A family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk-behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Sissons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Sissons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression. Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Notice has been given to cocoa farmers of a series of area meetings for the following areas: St. Andrew, Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, GCNA Grenville Nutmeg Pool, 3 p.m. St. Patrick, Wednesday, 9th October 2024, GCNA Marley Receiving Station, 3 p.m. St. Mark on Thursday, 10th October 2024, GCNA Receiving Station, 3 p.m. St. John, Monday, 14th October 2024, St. John Anglican Pastoral Center at 3 p.m. and St. George's on Tuesday, 15th October 2024, Spice Basket from 3 p.m. Meetings are for cocoa farmers only and not the general public.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
When you want them for something, man, they think they'll tell you. I want you 99.5 Real FM got you covered.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Hey, good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning.
On the program?
Yeah, on the program.
Okay. Mr. Call, good morning.
How are you doing?
Mr. Pierre, morning.
Yes, good morning.
How you all doing?
Great, good.
All right. I'm sending out appeal to the Ministry of Work.
Speak up a little.
The drain.
You have to speak a little higher so we could hear.
Appeal to the, I'm sending an appeal to the Ministry of Work. The drains in Grenville need cleaning. Okay? Before the rain, as the rain falls, it's very easy to flood. There is a while now the drain has been cleaned, and I'm sending an appeal to the Ministry of Work that the drains and them need to be cleaned so the water could flow. Then again, one more option I have, the bushing program that we had before used to help circulate the money in Grenada. That used to help generate. This is not happening no more. They have a maintenance group going on, and look at the place of Grenada. A lot of bushes everywhere, right? When we had the debushing, the place used to be clean and nice. So I'm pleading to them to bring back the debushing so the people could have $1 to feed their family and pay their bills. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't think people could blame NDC for cancelling the debushing program as it was. They campaign on that. They say it's a handout. They say plant Kalaloo and our root by the roadside. People were aware that NDC was fundamentally against the debushing program. They were aware of that. So that is one of the consequences of NDC. Yes.
You about on?
Why? Let's know. The question is, how many members of NDC were involved in this massive deception? Money, skills, cunning was used to outmaneuver regular NDC members. Who was involved? Yes, scholar.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre,
You responding to the question we're asking?
because you almost similar to
Go right ahead.
about the lies. Mr. Pierre, I ask you the question. When you look at the MPs and the ministers and some of the hierarchies of NDC, who plan and sit down to manufacture that lies, they have children. They have children, and some of them are fathers and grandfathers. Some of them are grandmothers. I ask myself the question: what example are you setting to your young boys and young daughters? What example are you setting them? So you're telling them it is good and right to lie every day, right? I've never really loved the children because children will like to see daddy, look at daddy or look at the grandfather as an example they go follow after, right? The great example they go follow after. But when you have these ministers continue to lie, they lie before they get in election and they still continue to lie. Oh, when the children sit at home and they watch you on television and they know what to say to the truth, what feelings are you have for your children? You have for the children, right? I ask them because if the children don't ask, Daddy, why have you lied? Why have you lied so? Why do you always speak the truth? So when the children hear the daddy or grandpa and grandma lying so, and then children start to lie, what will the grandfather and the fathers and grandmother tell the children? What will they tell them? They will tell not to lie? You know, some people had the concept, Mr. Pierre. Do as I say to do, but do as I do. That is totally wrong. We have, if we should have to follow we'll follow the example of the fathers, and fathers should always speak the truth to the children. Tell them not to lie. Speak the truth and to respect those in authority. And one of the things to respect people and is to speak the truth to them. But when you come into a lie is a form of respect, and it never be good. Right? It is never be good. You understand? And they were saying, what is so to get in, what is so to put under the ground. You show corruption, what we bust out, it is the corruption we bust out. Like NDC, they have a DNA, NDC missiles, they have a DNA that's in the blood to continue to lie. And the truth become like a stranger to them. But they were saying something. The truth will always set you free. And no matter all they lie, we will continue to speak the facts and let them know what is the truth and the truth. Because if we want to try and go forward, we have to speak the truth to them. We have to speak the truth to them and not to lie to them. And as fathers and members of NDC, and fathers in general, stop lying to our children. Let's speak the truth to them. Because they children want to go forward in life, and for them to go forward, we must know the truth. Mr. Pierre, Pascal, have a blessed one.
All right, okay. The question is, who was involved? The NDC members' political party was tricked. They was deceived. It is clear now. There are a number of ministers that are not speaking from the same, they're not singing from the same hymn sheet. They're making statements and you could clearly see contradiction. You hear in words that they don't agree with what is going on. The Prime Minister is traveling with such regularity, his cabinet don't even know where he's going and why he's going.
They can't keep up.
There is a few people who tricked the National Democratic Congress. When Kit Mitchell make his statement that you had to come from the bowels of the NNP, he must have looked at NDC and are concerned. Because the NDC was snatched away by a group of people. And we trying to use elimination, that's the word?
Elimination.
To find out who are likely to be involved. Because it seems a number of members was not involved in the planning. I don't believe Tevin Andrew and Lennox Andrew was involved at all in the planning. I don't believe the Minister of Education knew what was going on. A few people sit down
the
and plan.
The Agriculture Minister don't know too.
The Agriculture Minister don't know. He didn't have a clue. He was outmaneuvered. So a few people came into NDC. NDC was in debt. They had money problems. And they had leadership problems. Stress state franca. The doctor tell her she said 2 days more she go dead. So here a group of opportunists with their own agenda watch this political party and decide to move in. They pay out NDC debt. And immediately they start to sideline those NDC members that came from the bowel of NDC. They get rid of the conscience of NDC. When Dr. Japal was arrested in the revolution, some people say the revolution done. Bishop kill his conscience. And in the final analysis, almost all the regulars, the people who were there long, the people with some level of morality for the ideology was weeded out. And then we had a group of young fellas that studied Marxist-Leninism. Religion was not a part. And people constantly calling on God. Religion is not a part of some people's ideology. That is why they could have sit down and castrate Boko and smile and laugh. Because it's religion in a lot of instances that bring morality.
The last time you say that on your program about castrate Boko, me and a gentleman was listening, he laugh. You see, I wonder if Pierre know who bring the cutlass for them to do broke and his razor blade to do broke that.
And just try to stay away from the
I don't want you to
individuals
I know.
and just deal with the event.
That is why I don't call you no name too. That is why I just tell you what was said without no names.
After 1983, I had to intervene because I saw a circle of people corner the individual color codite. And he was trying his best, but I saw the aggressiveness in them. I had to join him to help defend him. After he and I, became good, some individuals were spat upon, slapped. The car was smashed because the bishopite then said them is codite and the Garyite smiling because they want both of them kill one another. And at that time, people said, no, if we continue seeking vengeance, we're going to disintegrate the country. That is why the Americans decided to join the political parties together. Because they believe that if the parties run separate, Gary going to win. And they believe Gary Wright's going to look for restorative justice. So they say, what this little country going to come to? So they bring them in not Union Island. One of the islands. Union Island to join together. Winston White did not join. Winston White are all Gary Wright that turned in between. And they brought a plane. They did not trick the people, They interfere with the election and sold NNP as part of the 53rd state of America, the Grenada. But we have to be careful now. Some forces has stole NDC away from NDC. Yes, caller, welcome.
Hey, morning, Master Carl.
Here you go.
And Senior, good morning.
Good morning.
Igwe, morning. There is a new thing. I don't know if it's new, but what we get in understanding is that the General Hospital will be statutorized by January. And the workers who were promised to be permanent and all these kind of things, it seems like there is a problem to fulfill that promise. So I think somewhere in January, February coming up, we might face some new industrial walk. Well, these days, this fella doesn't strike, so maybe they might walk. So, but what we get into understand on the ground is that the government wants to turn the General Hospital into a statutory body. But the promises they make to workers is not fulfilling. And it seems like they want to lead the workers, some of the workers kind of straight away in the company, so that after it becomes a statutory body, somebody could wipe their foot easily on them. The union is not making noise, and the union is knowledgeable about it. And I don't hear it coming out and tell the general public anything about it. It seems like it's something like if the union, I don't know if they want to help sabotage it or the workers, or if they don't know what to do or what. But I think the union should be coming out and inform the general public about what is going on, what is that, and make sure if such thing is happening that the promise to the workers is being fulfilled. Thank you, Master.
The government never intend to fulfill the promise. They tricked the union fall for the deception, but never write off the union. The union loyalty is for the union. Never misread this union yesterday. In 1 minute, the union could turn to your greatest enemy. It is a fact in Grenada that the unions tend to gravitate towards the NDC. But it doesn't mean that the NDC could buy the union completely. For some time, they could pacify the union. And if what you say is true, or if there is truth in it, if you statutarize a hospital, you have to pay out all the workers.
Yeah. Morning caller. Hello?
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Morning. How gentlemen doing? Igwe?
Yeah, okay for now.
Mr. Carl.
Great.
Yeah. while I'm getting you all today, honestly, I'm hearing song. For the past few days, well enough, all I was seeing is signal on the from the radio station, but there was no song. This morning,
You hearing us on 91.5?
6.
Huh?
Yeah, 91.5. Yeah.
All right, that's good.
I tuned about after minutes to 6.
Yeah.
And I was hearing songs.
Well, that
Since
is
then I've been
great.
hearing a little bit. It's kind of low, eh?
Mm.
This radio station is low.
We
But
have
I'm
some
hearing, and there are
challenges.
times the reception is not that good by me. But anyway, glad to hear you all guys again. This morning, on another program, there was a whole lot of people. Well, I shouldn't say a lot, as though there were so many people who call, but a few who call, and who even wrote messages on WhatsApp. I'll put it that way. So there's a few who respond to the idea or the issue, because the question was brought up as to what to do with what is considered as sabotage within the ministry, especially of education, apparently. So there are people advocating, and that's the amazing thing that is going on in Grenada. There were people advocating that the government get rid or sift out and get rid of NNP sabotagers within the ministry. I mean, some sobriety was put into it by some people calling to pointing out, whether on WhatsApp or Facebook or whatever, pointing out that you cannot just fire. Ministers don't have the authority to just fire people like that. You have to go through the Public Service Commission and so on. Now, that's the kind of state Grenada coming to. And that's not the first time that subject matter came up on that other station, eh? To the extent that St. Jude, a few days ago, accused workers within the ministry of sabotage. And he advocates that they should be weeded out. I'm talking about a direct statement coming from him, indicating that. And, you know, that's the kind of mentality that is developing in this country right now. And a big question that came to me this morning, or even the other day, is the NNP administration took up office in 2013. That was after the NDC administration. Put it that way. Even though I don't like to say it that way, honestly, because I don't like to say government have to do with party too much. But we know that administration changed.
It's a fact.
A whole lot of the election and party affiliation. Even though it is not recognized in the Constitution, it is a fact of life. But won't a whole lot of people or feel within the ministry, or all the ministries and them, by NDC supporters or NDC administrators? I didn't hear much of that talk about victimization when Keith Mitchell became Prime Minister in 2013. And that's the kind of thing that people need to understand. I remember hearing you, Carl, one time, or maybe even more than once, talking about some letters was given out to workers within the ministry that seems to commit them to allegiance to,
and secrecy.
or secrecy actually was the whole idea. But at the same time, it's allegiance to the administration as it stands now. I don't hear them comment. I didn't hear them complaining about that. But you have them who are advocating that you weed out people who are NNP supporters because they are sabotagers of the situation. And if Grenada is going to come into that state where these guys are going to sit there and think, you're talking trouble galore. So which means a lot of workers could get fired. Now, the thing about it is that if they fire, for example, what they perceive to be NNP workers, who would they put in the place and for what reason?
NNP workers, brothers and sisters.
Workers, NDC supporters.
NNP workers, brothers and sisters.
Supporters, for what reason you're putting them? The same thing that you're complaining about. You know, this is the kind of contradiction we end up with in Grenada. And it's a serious situation. A lot of things I want to talk about, but I want to call back again.
Okay, no problem. And that is why we say
that one this morning.
All right, one of the things in the public service, what this government seems not to understand, there's a difference between party and government. And the sooner this administration get that between the ears, things would happen. The public service, again, senior, you work in the public service, you know. You go in the public service and you start to behave in a stupid way. Then people are just watching you do stupidness and don't tell you nothing. And I feel that is something this government is suffering because they go inside it trying to knife and bring in all kind of rules and regulation. And the public servants, they don't tell them nothing, they're just watching them do stupidness. So the whole thing about people are getting pay. If they see they're doing stupidness, they don't tell them nothing. And then they turn around and say them is NNP. And that is the crux of the matter. They don't have respect for the public service. And we could even go through the appointment of persons who move from what we know to permanent secretaries and so on and realize it's going to have an effect on the smooth running of the public service. So when I hear any of these things, one, it is unfortunate. Or are we to assume that when the NNP was in power, the perceived NDCs was trying to sabotage? If you're saying that now, you understand what I'm saying, Pierre? You could draw the analogy. If you're so sure that sabotage going on now, are we to believe that when NNP was there, when things didn't go right, just to blame it on sabotage and not to fix it? You know, Carl? That's typical.
Yes, sir. Carl.
Hey.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, you're there. Yeah, go on. We're hearing you.
Yeah, sorry. I hear you saying that there's a mix-up between administration and party. These people don't believe in what you just said there. It is evident. I could give you two perfect examples. On the Sunday Heartbeat program, which is an NDC party program, you have ministers come in and present government issues. That's one. Mixing up and confusing the whole thing. On Wednesdays, on GBN, time is allotted, just like the Tuesdays are allotted for what they call opposition. Wednesdays are allotted for government officials. Twice in recent times, the General Secretary of the NDC party appear as spokesman for government on the program. You know. Twice that happened in recent times. You know. And the guy was justified. The first time the host questioned, why is it you're here? And he justified being there. Because government and party is one. So don't expect these guys to differentiate to the extent that you are pointing it out. No, it wouldn't happen. And there's everything being done in this country to, well, as you just call it, decolonize sometime, or to NDCize everything in this country. Before I go, and I hope to come back, like I said, I listen to advertisement on GBN, for example, and another station too, where the Heroes Day issue is advertised, where they will call heroes' names. They will be announcing heroes' names in that rally or whatever you might call it. They will be having in Progress Park. That thing was not designed to deal with heroes that are Grenadians. Basically, that is designed to deal with the whole issue of promoting Maurice Bishop and the whole aspect of what happened during the revolution. And the martyrdom, as they call it, if you listen to the advertisement, the matters of the October 19th situation. So take note of that kind of thing and see what's going on. Whereas they are saying, or there was the that a committee is set up, or is to be set up, to recognize or give credence to the whole idea of naming heroes. That is already being done. Who would appear in that meeting, along with what do you call him, the St. Vincent Prime Minister, Ralph Gonzalez.
The Colonel.
At which time they are going to be announcing the heroes, the matters of the October 19th situation. This is not designed to recognize active people who did amazing things for this country. So take note of it. Take care, General.
Would you, just before you go, one question I always ask. In terms of the revolution and whatsoever on October business, why didn't the Grenadian public fight for the revolution? There are questions they don't answer in. All what they saying who do what and who is hero and whatsoever. Why didn't those heroes fight for the Grenadian revolution? Because all of them parading now and influencing heroes day, but they don't telling you why they didn't fight for the revolution. The same revolution they want to make this thing, you know. We'll take a break and come back. All right.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Notice has been given to cocoa farmers of a series of area meetings for the following areas. St. Andrew, Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, GCNA Grenville Nutmeg Pool, 3 p.m. St. Patrick, Wednesday, 9th October 2024, GCNA Marley Receiving Station, 3 p.m. St. Mark, on Thursday, 10th October 2024, GCNA Receiving Station, 3 p.m. St. John, Monday, 14th October 2024, St. John Anglican Pastoral Center at 3 p.m. and St. George's on Tuesday 15th October 2024, Spice Basket from 3 p.m. Meetings are for cocoa farmers only and not the general public.
You asked for it and you got it. A quicker way to pay your bills online. It's fast, secure, and easy to use. No registration, no additional fees. Flow is now offering FastPay, an online service that allows you to settle your bills in less than 2 minutes. Need a receipt? FastPay will send it to your email immediately. Use FastPay now for convenience, safety, and efficiency at discoverflow.co/fastpay.
You're on your way.
Flow is keeping you connected.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and new, spacious, convenient, and modern facilities on Seton Brown Street in Grenville and Grand Anse. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the Credit Union of Grenville, your financial security is guaranteed.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Seasons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Seasons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Seasons. Seasons. Express your style with Color by Seasons.
What's on your back-to-school checklist? Fast, reliable internet? $200 cash? A free laptop? With Flow, you can check everything off your list. Sign up for the Link Up 250 broadband today and get 50% off your first 2 months. Plus, you can win $200 cash and a free laptop. And if you need a new phone, our postpaid bundles offer smartphones for just $4. Make back to school easy with Flow. Visit discoverflow.co for details.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating.
Yes, we back again, and we go back to the question: how many members of the NDC were involved in the massive deception?
Yeah, but
the NDC.
Before we go to senior, I want to just make some remarks based on the last caller. And the last caller made a salient observation. When we speak to issues here, especially on these programs, the government listens and try to attempt to debunk or to correct or to say or to give a parallel view. But what is strange, they are the government, Mr. Pierre. There's the Government Information Service. They choose not as a government to go on the Government Information Service and discuss national issues. Two that comes to mind, the Dubai Council General and the Samoa Agreement. Whilst persons in this country had concerns, let's take the call. Morning, caller.
Good morning.
Hi, morning. How you are?
I'm good.
You're on.
Is this Mr. Carl Capen?
Yes, and Mr. Pierre.
No, I don't want to be on.
You don't want to be on?
I don't want to be on. I don't want to be on. I want to talk to you privately afterwards.
Well,
you have my
you're
number?
You're live on the program, so...
Hold on. You have my number?
No. I don't have your number.
404-2642.
Okay, I'm on your WhatsApp. My name is Jermaine, so you could just text it to me, please.
No. Well, just take it one time, 40426.
Okay, wait. Okay. Oh, my pen can't even write. Okay,
404-2642.
Go ahead.
404-2642.
Say that again.
404 2642.
Yeah.
2642.
44?
2642.
Oh. Okay. Thank you, Mr. K.
I'll
call
take
back
it.
in a minute.
All right, okay. Yes, senior. So, after all the concern about who was responsible for giving the instructions on the Samoa Agreement, and then the whole issue with the Council General, and I see they making some weak attempt about the figures, which I always tell them numbers don't lie. They refuse to come on the Government Information Service and speak to those issues. They go into the sanctity of the party's program and speak to those issues. But these are national issues. These are not party issues. This is not issues for the NDC. They are issues for the NDC in government to answer But they are not issues confined to the National Democratic Congress. And the caller was right in pointing it out. This seems to be shaded because they recognize people like Francis Pierre may not listen to NDC heartbeat. People like Carl Keaton may not listen to NDC heartbeat. So they try to go in the sanctity of it. And this thing is not right. And that is why we speak to the difference between party and government. Yes, Senior?
Yes, sometimes I believe we have to spend quite a lot of time explaining the public service to people.
Yeah.
Because if people know the public service, they'll do better. And we have to be mindful that we choose a bunch of political neophytes that lack institutional knowledge and they're arrogant and disrespectful. So they enter public service they don't know. And if they try to micromanage, some public officer will just throw the book in the face. You hear how the commissioner of police said, that is above my pay grade. It's not a term that is used widely in the public, but it's a term in the public service.
Yes.
When an upstart, like a minister, come asking me question, I'll say that is above my pay grade. Or you throw the book in the face. The minister have to have his orders and his discussion and his policies with the permanent secretary. The permanent secretary is like a conduit, an insulator between the politician and the public officers. So you could work in the public service for 40 years and you never had a chance to interact with a minister. If you are in the senior staff and you are attending management meeting, then you will meet the minister at that level. On rare occasion, if the minister comes to your staff meeting, and that could happen, you may listen to him. And when he say what he have to say and comments are made, the minister get his backside out of your staff meeting and you continue with your staff meeting. You would not even have your staff meeting in the presence of the minister. Sometimes the minister come to your meeting, he say, speak frank and fair. And then he's sorry he said that. So these young individuals who are politicians, they are political neophytes. Dennis Cornwall, Lennox Andrew should have let them sit down the blessed assurance in an office and explain to them the chain of command, the protocol, succession planning. When you're in agriculture, the minister may never interact with extension officers or veterinary officers except the veterinary officer who will attend management meeting. And the minister can't even give the veterinary officer order. You have to pass it to the permanent secretary. When you're a politician and you're there long and you respect the public service chain of command, then you're able to demolay without causing frictions. Otherwise, the public officer throw the book in your face. They will be respectfully tell you yes, 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 does not climb up up tree. And the quicker our public understand that, the frictions that are going on in the public service is because Deacon declared restorative justice. Restorative justice. And he met the dumbest trade union leader I know. The president of the teachers union. That is the dumbest trade union leader I ever hear about in the Caribbean. So some officers going to throw the book in the face. You go and ask them a question, they say that is not above my pay grade. This is questions you ask the permanent secretary. Not even the chief technical officer you could meet on the street and ask that. You have to go and ask your permanent secretary. It's unfortunate and it's sad, but that is what happens when you employ a pilot that just come out in school to drive a commercial plane. When a medical doctor come out in university, you have to do internship. You have to work with other doctors. You have to get a practice. And hospitals in the United States and big hospitals where they sue, they want a doctor with 5 years experience. By that time, he kill half the patients that come to him. But after 5 years, you have good experience. You won't kill so much. And the quicker we understand that in Grenada, what this government doing is pointing fingers at people who they perceive to be inclined to green. So let me give you an example. You might have families who work in the public service, 5 or 6 brothers and sisters working in the public service. And they themselves might not know who one another support. Some public officers, they are like professionals. They would not discuss the politics. You propagate government policy. You don't go and slam government policy. Let me give you another example. Imagine the Minister of Agriculture is in China. He never even informed the permanent secretary he was going in China. And when he reached in China, he learned that he could get a good deal for agriculture. But he have to come with a little program. So he calls the permanent secretary from China. 1 o'clock in the morning because he don't have an idea about time. And she bed with she man. And she pick up the phone and realizes the minister. And he wants some information for erosion. He could get 3.5 million from China. But he have to come up with a project. So that permanent secretary pick up the telephone and call the technical officer in that area and say, you have to be in the office by 8 o'clock in the morning. I want a meeting with you. Because we have to come up with a project for the minister in China. And by that time, that officer call whoever orders, and by 9 o'clock, they come up with a project and send back in China for the minister. And if the permanent secretary have a man that overly jealous, sometimes you have to ask him to keep his backside quiet on the job. This is a crude scenario. But ask any public officer. Gloria Payne Banfield and a number of the others, they work with Gary. They said all kind of things about Gloria Payne Banfield. They work with the revolution. They work with a number of other governments. And they was very functional in the union. The unions used to call Gloria Payne Banfield to do training in the union. And then you go and sit down and negotiate with Gloria Payne Banfield and Wilson and all the others. That is a level of coherence and respect and understanding that go on in the public service. And they don't care about your politics. So this government introduced restorative justice. And restorative justice is there for political vengeance. And they set up mobilization in MIT for political mischief to find out who you support, who you don't support, so your children wouldn't get a scholarship. You remember they said that the principal of school is responsible for employing the auxiliary staff in the school? Because they believe the teachers supporting them. I don't know who tell them all principals supporting them. This government, and then we have to ask the question, why did NDC, some members of NDC, trick and deceive the National Democratic Congress? They sold transformation to Ron and Tevin and the other ministers. And Ron and Tevin believe it is dramatic transformation. All that time it was restorative justice. Deacon and his gang, I don't know how much members in it, if it's 5 or 6 or 12, they trick the NDC ordinary person. They trick and deceive NDC. They bought the party by paying the debt. They marginalize some of the hardliners. They shame some of the individuals when they call them beggy. And they bribe some of them. This could have serious repercussions in Grenada. That is why Deacon is in Nigeria. And his ministers and them don't know. The time has come for NDC members to be concerned. You were tricked. Don't feel bad, you were deceived. Grenadians was deceived. When Deacon was promising pie in the sky, I didn't hear uproar, not even from NNP ministers. When Deacon said nothing has been achieved since 1983, not even NNP ministers, except Kit Mitchell, was on fire. We stay in this country and let a few people trick us. I pointed out on several occasions, small democracies have to be extremely careful. Because a multinational corporation or a big company could come here and buy you ministers. Even if what we are saying, you believe that we're supporting NNP with what we are saying, examine the message for what it is worth. You have a situation where Deacon and other ministers, it is rumored widely that they receive gifts in excess of 30,000 US. They're not saying yea or nay. We ask those questions. You have a situation where they flaunt the 1973 law or regulation and rules in the bank, and they tie up the hands of ministers. They did that deliberately. They encouraged them to take loan. So now Deacon buy the loyalty. They gave them several trips. One minister traveled 24 times in 23 months. We've been very conservative. It's more, but we're conservative. And we understand the bank account balance is over 600,000. This is where money talk and bullshit work. Are you not concerned? My biggest fear is Deacon sell now aside. And not to bother about electricity company that gone already. But you see, as early as the early 80s, one guy wrote an essay that 5 water companies have the objective of owning 75% of the potable water in the world. And 20 families, 200 families, he said, want to hold 80% of the world business in terms of inclusive. So they're buying over. We have a company that owns Carib. Do some research and find out in how much countries they own Carib. You see, we can sleep. That is why I am so upset with our so-called bright people. They are commission agents for the multinational corporation. They hide in. When we have discussion like that and we say that, prove us wrong. Take us on. We say to you how many members of NDC were involved in the massive deception and trickery. Tevin Andrew was not involved in it. You don't know. He liked to talk. He lacked capacity, but he could talk. Ron was not involved in it. Some of the other women ministers was not involved. They don't have much respect for Claudette Joseph. She tags along, but they don't respect her. She was not involved in the plan. The original plan, she didn't play any part in it. And I don't know about it. That's why choking so. The time has come for us to ask ourselves, how all these bright, intelligent Grenadians
get tricked.
Get tricked. We too, me too. We get tricked and deceived. That is why I against reparation. If you get money from the white man, take it. If manna fall from the sky, take it. But the black man was selling slaves 700 years before the white man gone by. We sit down hating the white man. For what? If I was in power, I'd go and buy some slave too. And I buy about 50 women. The black man sold his people. And Grenada, the place of Fedor and Eric Gary and Maurice Bishop and Uriah Buzz Butler and how you call the woman little again, Malcolm X's mother from Ladig and the mighty Sparrow. How come we get tricked? We get tricked. A few people in NDC trick NDC. A number of the people who gravitate towards NDC, they're very soft on religion because of Grenada's long-standing involvement with Marxist-Leninism. They don't meddle with religion. They might be in a church, but watch them good. They don't meddle with religion. Morality is not a part of their menu.
Morality is something personal for them.
They say it's personal. So once deacon go and try to raise Maurice Bishop's spirit, he dabble with the occult. But as far as they're concerned, you could do that because they say religion is the opium of the people, the coke, the weed of the people. Why we don't wake up? When Bishop Sidney Charles, under pressure, decide to go to Bishop, if Bishop tell you the meeting is 2 o'clock, all 4:30 waiting for the meeting, and sometimes Bishop cancel the meeting.
After 4:30.
Sidney Charles appealed to Rome, and Rome sent somebody. But I ain't tell you who they sent. The time has come for us to hold discussion and think tank. Eric Gary was a polarizing figure. Keith Mitchell is a polarizing figure. But they are the most successful politicians. And we have a lot of envious admiration for them. So every time you ask a question to NDC, they turn to Keith. It's a subterfuge, it's an excuse. They're trying to escape from facing the truth. I just asked a gentleman a question on Facebook. And he went back to this call center. So I said to him, comrade, since you like yesteryear, I want you to tell me who is the PRA that put the women lie down on and walk on the back in St. Patrick's. You see, I don't have the information, but the comrade like to go back. And notice every time I ask him a question, he's going back. So if he like to go back, he know, he know, If from St. Patrick's too, When they put them, women lie down on their back. And one of the PRA walk on their back. So I expect him to tell me, I want him to go further back. Because I intend to travel back with him. I in tongue long. We have to ask the question, how many members of NDC were involved in the massive deception? And we could eliminate those who we believe were not involved. And who sent Dick Mitchell? Dick is not a socialist. You don't have one drum, one iota of socialist blood in it.
He's not a communist.
Which communist one? Dick using Maurice Bishop.
He's not a Leninist.
And you have to be concerned now for Dick's sanity.
He's not a Marxist.
Because he might have been ordered to come to Nigeria. He may not be happy. Dick might be used as a rara, as a stooge. And I will like those individuals who are defending Dick. If you love him, show concern. Talk with him. Bring a psychiatrist that he like. The man must be in trouble. And he needs those who love him assistance. He won't pay it to us. But you could perhaps examine what we say for what it is worth.
Because he does listen, eh?
And help him. He's a Grenadian brother. His intention might have been good. But he dip his hand in the cookie jar, eat wrong thing. What I give him to raw pap, eat that.
And he might like it.
Right now, Dick might be a stooge, a rara. What he's doing doesn't make economic sense.
But senior, listen this. And that came to mind. Lagos, Nigeria, African movies. You draw a parallel there? What has happened in a lot of African movies? So maybe somebody under that saying, we don't know.
But we can't blame, we can't cut blank blame the country.
No, we
but
don't
the
blame
fact
the
is,
country.
when we look at all the indicators,
yes,
this thing is a new thing to a lot of Grenadians.
When you take a litmus test,
it is the first time I see a political party in power. And some of the hardline political warriors, supporters can't defend, they hide in. They can't defend. You ask a simple question, they're going back to the period of Kit Mitchell. You're going back to into the most successful politician in Grenada. The only politician post 1979 that could keep a political entity together is Kit Mitchell. You may not like his style, but he is successful. You may not like what he say, but he is successful. Kit Mitchell is one of the greatest Democrats in Grenada history. He is one of the most tolerant person in Grenada history. He is one of the most forgiving politicians I know. The only one, well, Uncle Gary was a master of it. That's why I said post 1979. You see how I defend me tough and leave Uncle Gary Day. Kit Mitchell is. And when I look at all the members with Kit Mitchell, all of them seems to ignore on the surface personal criticism. So when you talk about Kit Mitchell and his children, he ignore it. Emmeline Pierre and her husband, Peter David, all of them seems to ignore. Well, Gregory Boyne is the boss, is the best. He's a colonel leaf. When you pour water on it, you settle. All criticism about Gregory Boyne is a colonel leaf. He doesn't say nothing.
He's like water off a dog back.
On a dog back. But this is a good thing in a small democracy. Because you don't want politicians with thin skin. They will kill people like Dickon. They will start restorative justice. And that is why this discussion is going on in Grenada about public officers. We have never heard that before. Even little public officers are doing little cleaning work. They are attacking them politically. My biggest fear in Grenada, with the action of the dumbest trade union leader that ever passed in the Caribbean, the president of the teachers union, if the executive, and I have no reason to believe the executive is just like him, otherwise they would object to that behavior already. What happened when we established that in the schools? What gonna happen to loudmouth NNP children? They go shaft them in school.
Yeah, they will call them troublemakers.
They go say them, and some of them might rude, they might answer back. Some of them might get expelled. We have to be concerned when a government introduce restorative justice. We have to be concerned when a government set up a ministry for political victimization, mobilization. We have to be concerned when a government take 15 million from housing and put it in the hand of mobilization. You have to be concerned. We have to be concerned when a government flaunt the law with impunity. The law wasn't made in this period before the revolution, 1973, that prevents, that prohibits, that do not allow
that
politicians and their children
that advise not
and directors to take loan from the bank. How are we not concerned? We have to be. One time I was in a discussion many moons away with Michelangelo. We were going through the politicians, and I spoke about a politician who I thought was honest. He said, honest? Let it get a money, you go see you honest. The first time a big money pass in the politician hand, he put it on the wrong account. We have to examine the quality of our individuals. You could compare this present NDC vultures with the last 10 years in Grenada with NNP. No comparison. No comparison. So Kit Mitchell was correct when he won that the leadership must come from the bowels of NNP. I think he see what's going on with NDC. They say when your neighbor house on fire, take water and wet yours. And who is the first people that reacting? NDC. And we don't know if the NDC that reacting is part of the massive deception. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, John.
Go right ahead, caller.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Right. You know, an interesting issue. Well, just before I went off last time I spoke, Carl asked a question that there's a simple answer to, relative to the Heroes Day issue. People need to take note of, and I brought it up on another program, and the host recognized the value of that point. People need to take note that a party was set up called the Moise Bishop Patriotic Movement. And that party was made up to honor the memory of Bishop. And you could count the votes that the candidate gets in most of the constituencies they run in. You could have counted the votes on your hand. Why is it? That's a critical question that people need to check on in this country. That the Moise Bishop Patriotic Movement never got off the ground, never was even impressive in any way. Why? If the Prime Minister and the others were to take note of that, well, like I know for sure, he was not even existing when the revolution took place, right? And he came in. Well, maybe he didn't exist when the revolution. Yeah, sorry, I think he was born just around that time. But he was not big enough to understand or to make sense of what was going on, and especially when Bishop died. He grew up maybe being brainwashed by some people, and I can understand people liking Bishop, but I understand how Bishop resonates with the people of Grenada based on how he turned out to be. And it's one thing to be talking about propaganda or trying to use propaganda to create an image. But when you get on to the nitty-gritty of what actually happened, Bishop cannot be considered a hero. Grenadians have never accepted Bishop as a hero in the genuine sense. And they showed it by not even honoring him, by voting for the party to make sure that they end up in government or something like that in this country. They was never even voted to the extent that they could be recognized. And that's a very critical issue in the given situation.
Or they didn't even fight for the revolution.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I remember you made that point just as I was living. They didn't even fight for the revolution. But then again, too, technically speaking, it was difficult to have done that, given that the guns were in the hands of the soldiers who opposed, in most cases, most of the soldiers had opposed Maurice Bishop, Technically speaking, they wanted that joint thing. I had the minutes. Watch, it's a serious thing in this country that a lot of people are so ignorant about, I collected a document, the compilation of the minutes from the U.S. Embassy, or the U.S. people at the time, just after they took over the country. In 1984, when I came back here. In 1983, I came back, but from Trinidad. I was in Trinidad for 2 months around the time they killed Bishop. Due to come back the day after they killed Bishop, but I couldn't come. They gave me another month. I spent 1 month there. So I ended up spending 2 months. When I came back, I went to the American, had what you could call the embassy in town there, just next to what do you call that? That place that sells now. Well, next to the mall. Just next to the mall in the Esplanade Mall, where the Indian store was. I went there and I collect a document that has a compilation of all the minutes that led up to the demise of Bishop and the revolution. And if you recognize the words of the people that were involved against Bishop, who walking the road today, you'll be amazed. The secretary for the party at the time, or the Politburo, or whatever they call it, was my good friend Baldio. He didn't want in the meetings. As far as they were concerned, he don't belong to the meeting, because the meeting was dominated by the guys who were opposed to Bishop. Anybody who were in favor of Bishop continuing the way with the status quo, they were shut down. So the kind of situation that developed around that time, the general public wasn't aware of it, for one, right? But at the same time, who controlled the situation? Those guys who had the gun. So it was difficult for the people to fight for the revolution, if as you might call it.
But
when they did that day to free Bishop, and look at what happened. They massacred how much people?
But in that same minutes you're talking about.
Proper account of what actually happened. So the question about why they didn't fight for the revolution, it would have been a difficult thing in a given situation. Subjectively, although objectively, they might have tried to make an effort. But who was in control of the situation at the time was all those who was opposed to the revolution in a sense of the word. Because when they killed Bishop, they killed the revolution at the same time, along with the other guys that they killed. Castro himself said, and I stayed in Trinidad and listened to Castro saying it, he has never seen such a nincompoop in his life. He referred to them as nincompoops. Because he just can't understand, and like anybody would have understood it that way too, how do you expect to kill Bishop and for the revolution to continue? So there wasn't a possibility of people fighting for that revolution. That wasn't practical in a given circumstance and situation. But the thing about it is that after, when democracy, as you might call it, was restored, which is what people claim to believe in and like so much around the place, the Maurice Bishop Patriotic Movement was formed. Grenadians never related to that party.
But
never.
What Carla, you say there are people of the revolution walking about in town. Right?
Yeah.
And you say there are people in the revolution or part of the revolution walking around in town boldly now.
Yes, they're walking boldly, and I'm talking about people who are diametrically opposed to Bishop. And some of them even run. I know one who run who run in election in this country.
All
He
right.
was a minister for a while.
All right,
He's
okay.
my good friend too, for that matter.
All right.
And that's the kind of thing we end up with.
All right, caller.
So the whole issue about Grenadians fighting. Actually, from the time that happened, Grenadian spirit has been killed when it comes to fighting.
You know what is
Look at what's
laughable,
going on now.
caller?
Grenadians are standing up against this nonsense that is happening? No. A lot of people don't care. And those who know, few of them are so concerned that they would fight against the nonsense that is going on in this country.
Yes, caller.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care, gentlemen.
You know, senior, what is laughable? Your next call? Let's take it. Morning, caller.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, yes.
That last caller, they spoke about the MBPM not getting off the ground. At that point in time, based on the American propaganda and the money that was flowing to the NNP to keep the so-called communists out of Grenada, MBPM could not have taken off. So what he's saying there makes no sense, absolutely no sense.
That is his view.
That's his view. I respect it, but I'm just saying that it makes no sense, and that's my view.
Mm-hmm. We're entitled to our views.
Right, and to talk about people in the revolution that were diametrically opposed to Bishop, nonsense. Bishop was loved not just by the masses, but he was also loved by those in the Politburo. It just so happened that something went wrong on October 19th, right, where it was a case of kill or be killed. It was a situation that...
The Angola option.
Yes, the Angola option.
Tell us about the Angola option.
Mr. Pierre, it was a situation...
Tell us about the Angola option.
If Morris had the strength in him, because I saw Morris on the day, if Morris had the strength in him, Bernard and the other guys would have been killed. But it just so happened that they had the upper hand.
The Angola option, explain it.
You there, caller?
I lose the connection.
No, we don't.
We hearing you. We want to know
what was the Angola option.
We lost that caller. We would like somebody call us and tell us about the Angola option. Because that, and these things are important, you know.
Very.
After we say reconcile and leave it alone, Deacon go and interfere with Maurice Bishop just to capitalize on his popularity.
Yeah.
Deacon don't like Bishop. He's a fake. As a result of that, all the Marxists, Leninists, and socialists in our country, it serves as a catalyst. So now is a good time. Tell us about the Angola option. Yes, my brother.
What is laughable, senior? We're talking about a Heroes Day, a day set apart for Heroes Day. And they tell us on the day they go say who is the heroes.
They spring things, you know.
Yeah, call? Senior.
Yeah.
Through you, civic organizations, the religious community, general populace, must hold this government accountable for the lack of good governance. Because there's a deafening silence. The alleged acts of corruption, which we outline here every time, piloted by the PM. The lies, and more. I try to say lying like when I was chatting. The snail pace of response to burial. And as you said this morning, every minister seems to be speaking in a different tongue, like the day of Pentecost. The death of the economy. Yeah, let me take that call. Morning caller.
Good morning, Master Carl. Morning, Senior.
Hey.
Morning, Trinidad. Master Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Concerning that same Heroes Day, right? I listened to another program a couple of days in the week, and a lady called and say about how we could forgive. But I am with concerning putting Bishop and Gary on the same dollar, right? So my thing is that how we could forgive those two who create all these atrocities towards Grenadians, and we cannot forgive those who do the killing, the alleged do the killing, those who was jailed, who was given a second chance to this life. How we can forgive them? And we want to forgive the one we want to make a hero, who caused a lot of atrocities to Grenadians. Jail people, rape people. You hear about who got killed when you're young, and you hear about Mr. Jeremiah who got killed in the market in Grenville, by the Mongoose gang, and who used to be, and when you hear now as you get older, you hear those persons who used to be part of the Mongoose gang, and that people testifying. You understand me? Who went in jail and who made jail and all kind of things for the wrong that they did to people. Innocent lives get killed. People couldn't leave one part of Grenada and go in another part because of Mongoose gang. And you're telling me, a solemn day, you want to make it our National Heroes Day? Our National Heroes Day, a man who you call on, God said don't call on no dead man's spirit to lead is a cause. The man is not resting in peace. Nobody know where the bodies are. And you want to call him a hero? What has he done to become a hero in Grenada? If we could forgive those two people and put on the make it on $1 note, then we could forgive those who is alleged that solve their terms in the prison and made a term and come back and still contributing to the Grenada politics, to Grenada, to the sustenance of Grenadians. Because some of them are counselors inside the own prison. Some of them are ministers. You understand? Some of them, you have one who is a lawyer. And because of the Moses committee, because the Moses have got some of them is alive today, there was some of them on the gala already, waiting for 12 o'clock, waiting for the clock to strike 12 o'clock. And God has given them a second chance. If God gave them a second chance, why we cannot forgive them too and reconcile? Reconciliation only starts one way. It's a two-way street. It's not God that forgives.
Color, you heard about the Truth and Reconciliation Committee?
Yes.
You ever heard about that?
Yes,
there were some booklets come out, I think it's 2 parts on it. You heard about it?
No, I heard about it.
Well, yes, there was a Truth and Reconciliation Committee set up, and then Grenadians decided, let's leave it and go ahead. Individuals from both Bishop, Code, and Gary Fraction are the same individuals who make up NNP and NDC. So people decided let it go. Deacon Mitchell introduced restorative justice and tricked the National Democratic Congress, he and somebody else, and dabble in their cult. And this is why this thing become current affairs.
See, when you see a government behaving,
you understand that, Color?
Why?
Color, you understand that? That is why this discussion is held today. Because he dabbled with their cult. And he is introducing restorative justice. He gave $150 million for political mischief. He didn't give it to housing. No. He flaunted the law with impunity. He traveling as if he's a pilot. And we are convinced now that Dick need help. Those who perhaps control him is perhaps using him as a rah and a stooge. So we are appealing to MDC members to see what they could do to salvage the nice little Dick. Need help? Yes, Colin. Yes. And perhaps another pointer. We take a break. Thank you very much. We need a break.
Good.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk-behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Notice has been given to cocoa farmers of a series of area meetings for the following areas. St. Andrew, Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, GCNA Grenville Nutmeg Pool, 3 p.m. St. Patrick, Wednesday, 9th October 2024, GCNA Marley Receiving Station, 3 p.m. St. Mark, on Thursday, 10th October 2024, GCNA Receiving Station, 3 p.m. St. John, Monday, 14th October 2024, St. John Anglican Pastoral Center at 3 p.m. and St. George's on Tuesday, 15th October 2024, Spice Basket from 3 p.m. Meetings are for cocoa farmers only and not the general public.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
Jason Joseph, Big Jada say, I want to fall. Me, I want to fall. I want to stand up and sing. Everything appeared so easy for the new PM in the city. I say this man is a magician with his golden pen in his hand. See me waiting for miracles, but all I get in is basket and bramble with lawyer tactics so he could deceive, cause we so gullible and so naive. By the stroke of a pen, massive increase in salaries. They were broke so no more money worry. By the stroke of a pen, a whole family on the breadline. A special need child, he was only 9. By the stroke of a pen, embezzlement in lotto, so you had to make Laco go. By the stroke of a pen, the bus flies in helicopter to see kayaks wet in rainwater. The pen never drink, the pen never smoke, but somehow that pen catch a stroke. show us running our country is no game. It's not about the likes and fame. You promise sun, wind and rain. What or not, you won't promise again. And in the same breath, you're changing your mind. No paper to be signed. By the stroke of a pen, free money in GDP, but you must be in certain category. By the stroke of a pen, Chinese houses were snatched away. 70,000 they cannot pay. By the stroke of a pen, we planting only black pepper, forget coconut, nutmeg and banana. By the stroke of a pen, make me an ambassador to Dubai, China or Russia. What happened to the damn pen? I don't know. Maybe the ink just stopped flow.
Yes, Senior.
Yeah, I think
to what extent the Deacon-led NDC policy is counterproductive and will cause traditional businesses to contract?
I think we sometimes as we bothered when our managers and our economy is shutting them out. An individual say once, if you want to see a fool, let it open him up. So all these bright fellas are afraid people think there is a fool. So they shut them out. When we're speaking about the economy of the country, you would like your economists, your managers to participate in the discussion, to give it fuel and life, and help to raise the bar on the block and educate your people. The government have a tax policy that is counterproductive, particularly for traditional and conventional business and conventional initiatives. Why do I say that? Way back when National Importing Board started, the objective was to manage basic goods so that poor people could survive. You don't want too much destitute poor in your country. And if people too poor, they would not be able to buy basic goods and they wouldn't starve. When your survival is threatened, your moral code of ethics deteriorate. So this is why they wanted to control the price of sugar and flour and rice and milk. The revolution recognized that initiative and decided, but at the same time, we must try to find international market for goods in light of the fact that we go socialism and we might have a hit back from our traditional markets. Deacon Mitchell raised the price of sugar.
Mm-hmm.
He raised the price of flour. He raised the price of water and electricity.
Yeah.
At the same time, Deacon aggressively attacked the elderly, the physically challenged, and disadvantaged children.
And school children.
Deacon also compounded by not providing the periodic temporary jobs for thousands in Grenada, what we call debushing. So, like a suction machine, money was sucked out from the economy unnecessarily. While he was doing that, he gave a tax break to big businesses and did some custom calculation. I go back to 2019 to give them an ease up that never passed on to the people. The people who deal with confectionaries, I like that word, big word, confectionaries.
Sweet tooth.
Let's go, caller. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, caller.
Yes, how you all do?
Great, man.
We're good.
Yes, what's about Igwe?
You okay, man?
You're all right, glad to know. I want to, my 2 cents. You see, we're talking about heroes. See the people in Carriacou who took people in their homes, homes, their homes are damaged and persons take them in their house. I believe they are real heroes. And even those who cook in hot meals, voluntarily and give to people, they are heroes. Sometime I made a suggestion that after 2 weeks after the hurricane, burial, the insurance paid $100 and something $million plus Grand Lake and Nawasha got those ones, And when it rains now, the people in Carriacou still crying. When it's sun, they're still crying with heat, and so on. So I offered a suggestion that we have, about 10 hardware lumberyard in Grenada, M&M, Ramdani, on the spot, and Hobart, and so on. And could the government now give the people in Carriacou who lost their homes, give them a grant to put back their roof and use those hardware departments to see how they could give them a little in the food to really get the materials to Carriacou to the people. Yes? And another suggestion I heard Sister Emmeline Pierre at a meeting at St. David's last night. And she suggested to them also, and I agreed with her, that we have housing brigades in Grenada, well experienced, and we could ask them or get them to go up there and assist with the work. It don't matter NMP, NDC, everybody, because it's Carriacou and Petit Matnik hunting. So I believe there should be a speedy move in that direction, and I'm looking forward to hear, because I know they usually listen your program. They say the program from the north, but they listen it and take advice, and I hope they're going to be taking some of those advice, and because the people in Carriacou really need their roof, because the hurricane was in July and now in October, and just now it's going to be dry season. So thanks for hearing me, and maybe I call again. Thanks.
You see, the policies of the government is counterproductive. It was not well thought out. And it's going to cause traditional and conventional business to contract. Some of them may die. Businessmen does evolve. Particularly if they have a lot of experience, it doesn't go down. But the government, as soon as they come in power, they contributed to the increase in the cost of living. There are a lot of activities that are taking place in the world that you expect cost of living could raise. But the basic commodities that your people depend on, you don't interfere with it. When you raise the price of sugar, you also kill the confectionery industry. So the people making potato pudding, cheap, juice, some of them practically disappear from the market. A few reinvent themselves, but the majority, the people selling ice cream, when sugar and flour go up and come the same price with rice, they say no, rice go up too. When rice was scarce on the market, rice go up. You're coming back now. The government raised the price of electricity, water,
they put in a levy
sugar,
and VAT.
and flour. Now the government tax policies, the government economic policy is causing. Then the government decide, and I don't think they were genuine. They want to raise their pay, so they use it as an excuse to raise minimum wage. Well, if you have high unemployment, principally among your young people, and you raise minimum wage, you're likely to have higher unemployment.
Yeah, but what we see, even with the minimum we see here, the government is violating the old concept of minimum wage.
And some of the private sector didn't respond to. Some private sector offer some people job. They say, data paying you. If you can take that, it's all right. Because the government and ministers associated with business.
Yes.
Ministers associated with business is violating the government minimum wage with impunity.
They're still paying people $40 a day.
And the Minister of Legal Affairs, I know you was not, I'm convinced that the Minister of Legal Affairs and Labor is not part of the top echelon of this NDC deception group. She's a hang-along. She's not part of the top people who are making the decision. But come on. Based upon your qualification and your profession, you have to show some character. You cannot have ministers associated with business violating the government minimum wage with impunity. They're paying $800 a month, $40 a day. And they expect the private sector to pay $12 and etc. What the private sector does, they look for more qualified workers. They will look for more qualified workers. The government very action is counterproductive towards the traditional and conventional businesses. Take, for instance, agriculture. Every government recognizes the need for marketing board. Governments know they have to subsidize the marketing board. If New Zealand could have sold snow, they would have subsidized it. The United States of America is subsidizing agriculture. The United States is paying farmers to leave their land idle.
Mm-hmm.
The great United States, Israel, Japan, any country in the world where 80% of your people are directly or indirectly involved in agriculture are poor countries.
Yes. Facts.
You have Beryl Pass. It damaged principally the people in the north. Nutmeg was hit hard in the north. The government promised $4,500 for people with under 5 acres of land. And now you're hearing they will get the money by installment.
Yeah.
Now the time has come for economists to speak. That's why I say too much of our sons and daughters who have plenty certificate are commission agents for the multinational corporation. You all are not thinkers. You all are regurgitators. And it is not good. You're supposed to have this discussion and think tanks. You have to bear in mind, we selected political neophytes. They don't have much sense. They're greedy. They lack institutional knowledge. They're arrogant. And they're vengeful. This is a formula for destruction. Our managers need to hold discussion. You're going to let this country deteriorate. Yes, caller. Welcome.
Good morning. I just want to know if you know if you know the government give the children elementary food $4,000 and $3,000.
I didn't hear the last part.
I don't know if you know, if you know the government
Mm-hmm.
of Grenada, Carriacou, and pretty much they give children in Carriacou $4,000 and $3,000.
If they give the children $4,000?
In Carriacou, if they give children money in Carriacou.
Well, I wouldn't believe that better they give the children plants.
When that happen?
Yeah. And then parents take it and probably do what they want with it. So I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay.
And the government lying like one horse chatting. Okay. So when we hear things, we have to make certain issue. Because this government lying. So some things we hear, we don't bother with it at all. We wait till we absolutely certain it's true. from the Prime Minister down telling lies. This government met an economy. And it's the first time in the history of Grenada that a government win election and satisfy with what they met in the treasury.
Yeah, they make a lot of money.
I never heard any government in the Caribbean win an election and jump up and celebrate. So. Ever?
Nah.
So they met a treasury that was described as pregnant. They met money there for seed program. They met the CBI program that they criticize relentlessly. But this is a milking cow. They're getting $1 billion from it. They got 100 million from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
100 million from Saudi Arabia.
Climate smart.
Now, money is not the problem.
Money should not be the problem.
The problem is bad management. It's like your son inherit money, but your son on coke. So you go in the store, you buy some clothes, you buy a car, you don't have license, you buy a bus. And later on, the government traveling as if it's a joke.
But Senior, I need to speak a bit. I want to say something on heroes must be regarded and respected by most of our sectors in our country, not by a selective few. We are creating avenues for politicizing a fundamental right of a country. Before we highlight October 19th and heroes, there's a lot of instances, and you alluded to some past prime ministers and so on. A hero is not limited to an anti-democratic behavior. But we see the narrative is being pushed for someone, especially on the money, to be they are anti-democratic, and we preach democracy. What is important? Heroes must have a general consensus, and not by a few who is, as you say, who is being led otherwise. And to me, these heroes day, I wonder if it is not a distraction, Senior. With all that is going on with the government presently, they're using these heroes day just to distract people, to create another conversation, another narrative, and forget the 150, forget the Carrico situation, forget the fact that they would not be paying debt, and they would be spending money anyhow in lieu of the Fiscal Resiliency Act. So we go take we mind of those things and them, and then he go come back and hit us, and then our next government come and we have to pay $34 million debt because we didn't have to pay it. Then the struggle for the people in Carrico. So we have to speak of those things, but we have to stay woke at the same time and recognize that this government, every time they end up in a jam, they throw out something to the public to distract us, Senior. But they won't distract us on that radio station here, or dealing with the plights and the issues, and we will continue to ask who sent them, and we will continue to question the policies of this government. The question is, come next election, will the Grenadian public understand what this government has done, Senior? What's your take on that?
You have to educate the public. And sometimes I chastise NNP ministers. After the 2013 election, the NNP did not go around blaming NDC. They put their shoulders to the task, as how you see. And they did a fantastic job in 10 years, 10 years. And when the NDC win election again, the NDC met an economic situation that they just had to continue with. But during that process, the NNP did not educate the public.
See,
they forget the public.
It's timely that you speak or the NNP did not educate the public. I listened Mr. Gregory Bowen last night, and he expounded on the economic doings of the NNP and why the NDC was able to come in and meet all that money. But the general populace or population was not educated on those things prior to election. And I say to myself, well, what happened on the road to Damascus, the public didn't know. All the sacrifice and the rationale and the reasoning for the, how I should just couch it properly. Pension was not paid, not because the government did not intend to pay it, but they had a roadmap as to how they're going to pay it without adversely affecting the economy. You understand? So when the present Prime Minister speaks to we cannot continue paying pension because he go bankrupt the country, I think that was the concern of the New National Party then, but nobody knew. So it is timely that you speak to educating the people. And I think that is something the NNP should not wait for people to help them do, but to go ahead and educate the people, senior.
Yeah, I always thought that over the years, I've seen it play out in politics where the NDC have done a better job in spreading disinformation and propaganda than the NNP spreading the truth and the message.
Mm-hmm.
Because even when Dick Mitchell got up in Parliament and said, or wherever he said it, nothing was not done in Grenada post-1983. Should have put every NNP minister on the warpath.
Yes.
Every NNP minister should have been on the warpath. They was not. So if you don't reply to a massive accusation like that, and you just say the people should know, people forget quickly.
A lot of things again, senior. The present political leader of the NNP, and you spoke to it earlier, in terms of getting a lot of blowback on issues. And you could have count on your hands the people who attempt to defend him.
Yeah.
NNP just sat there and allow all kind of accusations to be made against the political leader willy-nilly. And they just sat there. Even when this present Prime Minister came with all the lies and those promises you knew was only promises. The NNP sat there and the only response was pie in the sky. No one sought to explain why that is impossible. And all the information Mr. Bowen gave last night as it relates to the pension, when the whole talk about we go pay pension even though we have to borrow money to pay pension, those arguments was not put forward. So so a lot of people believe silence is consent. A lot of people, that is a norm with our people, senior. Silence is consent. Somebody tell you something, I don't say nothing, they believe you argue.
It is only now the NDC warriors, for want of a better word, political individuals, politicos, are a little timid on social media.
Yeah, they get frightened.
Only now. Because you can't face up to the truth. When you make statement, I tell you, simple question, I think it was posted by a reputable journalist. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, caller.
Again, gentlemen.
Hey.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Carl.
Hey.
Stop making that mistake of saying that the government paid pension. The government paid
retroactive
gratuity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Them
no.
going and them had
Okay.
to form a committee, to set up a committee to look into the pension issue. The government presently have done the same thing. Up to now, the report has not come out yet. No, I remember pointing out to you all that the Prime Minister preempted the report by making certain statements in recent time. Up to now, that report has not come out yet. The same proposal Dr. Mitchell had, the same proposal that Mr. Bowen had of setting up a committee to look into how it would affect the economy was adopted by that present administration. So they have not paid pension yet, the way
Caller.
pension was meant to be.
Caller, the issue
Yes,
is,
yes, I mean.
whilst the National Democratic Congress was saying we're going to pay, there was no counter argument to what they were saying.
I understand that part.
So to say now, all yes, it's all nice and yes, but was that promulgated? Did the NNP base know that? Did the neutrals or the persons sitting on the fence, did they understand that? All that was in the air, that pension will be paid. Even people who didn't know, who was not working in the public service, believed they would have get pension. And that is the fact of the matter. Whether we want to Monday morning quarterback now and give all kind of niceties now, that was the issue. There was no counter claim to the fact that we're going to pay pension. We're going to make everybody permanent.
I understand.
The campaign of the NNP was flat on those issues.
I understand what you're
So
saying.
we have to
But I want to
educate.
bring up two other issues.
We have to educate the people now, so they don't go back and do that stupidness again.
Right.
All right.
I want to bring up two other issues.
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. There is a notion purported a whole lot, broadcast a whole lot, because of the issue that is going on with the teachers and so on. And they bring up a whole lot of the blame is being placed on Dr. Mitchell and the people that were employed, because they are purporting that there's sabotage going on. That's one. So that you have people deliberately trying to make this present administration look bad, that were employed by the previous administration. Then you have the other issue of incompetence. Such of people being incompetent. And that the service is filled with people that were employed just to give them a job, as you might say. Even if that you have people within the service nowadays that are grateful to Dr. Mitchell and, let's say, the NNP, but I prefer to say Dr. Mitchell, for having been given a job. Remember, when Dr. Mitchell came in 2013, the unemployment situation in Grenada was how much? 42% or something like that? At least it was about 39 to 42%. Right? Dr. Mitchell went about revitalizing people who was unemployed to the extent that the unemployment situation in Grenada came down by 2020, 2021 around there, to about 9%. Right? So you have a lot of people in the service that might be thankful and grateful to Dr. Mitchell. He having so consider them. So considerate about people to make sure that things are good with them. He revitalizes the economy and enables them to have a job. Now, principle tells you that, hello, no matter which government that comes within the administration, within the public service and so on, you have to be professional and do your job, no matter what party, as you might say, is in there. So that if you have people who are not doing a job with or whatever, or I said, if you have to recommend them to the public service for termination, so be it. It's because people are supposed to do their job adequately. But the thing about it is that people need to understand that Kit Mitchell is such a person. He cares about people. And he has demonstrated that all through his political career. And I'll give you another example, well, a direct example. And Carl, you know who I'm talking about. That happened right in River Sally. Paulo, who just died, as you know Paulo very well, was giving me a story that involves his daughter. And listen to this story. The young lady got up one morning about 3 o'clock. She was heading to Dr. Mitchell. She bum ride, as you would say it. She walk, she hike, she get ride. She ended up by Dr. Mitchell's house. Just as he was leaving to go to his exercise, as you know, he's an exercise man. Every morning he does that. He opened the gate, spoke to her. She told him her problem. He told her when he come back, he would be able to talk to her. He came back. She pointed out to him that she's badly in need of a house, and if he could help her. Within a few days after that conversation, the material for that house was in Savannah. So here the difference between Dr. Mitchell and another person who we call Tillman Thomas. Sometime after that house was built, there comes Tillman Thomas campaigning, and on that lady, or in front of that lady doorstep, in front of that lady house, he came up the step to talk to her. And he brought up the issue to her about what Kit Mitchell has ever done for you. He's like trying to diss Kit Mitchell in the process. Instead of talking about himself, he tried dissing Kit Mitchell. The lady said to him, "Mister, you standing on the man's step." You get the joke? But you get the seriousness about the whole issue? The lady said to Tillman Thomas, "Mister, you're standing on the man's step." That's the kind of impact and impression Kit Mitchell has been able to make on people in this country. So that when they're now trying to blame people who were employed during that time, especially between 2013 and 2021 and so on, they must understand that Kit Mitchell is the one who cares about people, like he has demonstrated all his life, so that the people who are employed, moving the unemployment from 30-something, 39, they're about to 40 or 42, to around 9 to 13 there about by the time he demitted office. People need to understand that kind of thing in Grenada.
You make my point for me, you know. All that you say there is now we saying it, you know. A whole election campaign pass and we don't say it. So you make my point for me. You making my point. You making my point. You say that, but how much people know that? Because we don't educate people. So you making my point for me. A lot was done or said to be done, but justice not only should be done, but to be seen to be done. And we fail at doing that last campaign. So whether we want to like it or not, or conveniently want to think, the fact remains we did not educate the populace sufficiently enough in the face of the promises that the Congress was making. So that's the crux of the matter.
I've always made mention of that same thing too. Bridgman always said that the
So
NNP has not been.
we can now conveniently say.
Government has not been blowing the hand.
We can conveniently say that I am
That's what
now.
Bridgman always talk about.
All right, caller.
So I understand where you're coming from. And Grenadians need to listen to this such a thing.
Watch. The young voters need to be educated or told of or informed, any what you want to put it, of those things. And unless we start reaching them, I say no more. Yes, Senior.
Yes, the as we discussed the National Democratic policy of restorative justice, is one of the issues I see that all the NDC people afraid to respond to. I've asked 1,000 times, what is the justification for restorative justice? And I came to the conclusion that it's political vengeance and political mischief. And we in the country, particularly political activists who want to hold discussion with people, should not be afraid to discuss these topics. The NDC tricked the NDC when they told them that we're going to transform the country. They were blatantly lying to them. Even some of the ministers was lied to. And I constantly ask why. And who are the members of the NDC that spearheaded this deception and lie? The first group of people they lied to was NDC individuals, even those who run for election. They were shocked. One person said, within closed doors, they were shocked when they heard Deacon said, we campaign on a policy of transformation. He laughed. But it is not so much transformation, it is more restorative justice. Now, this word restorative justice is not a common everyday word among we ordinary rank and file matters. It's a word that is more associated with the law, a legal term, sociologists, perhaps historians, etc. So when it came from Deacon, it wasn't Ron it came from. It wasn't Tevin. Deacon is a lawyer. He's a corporate lawyer. He knew the weight and the meaning and the intention of the word. So the NDC group, not very many of them, I don't know if you reach 12 of them, they tricked NDC. They lied blatantly in the manifesto. They knew it was not transformation, it was restorative justice. And the question is, what is the impact? When you practicalize this policy, what it means for the country? I hear people calling now and say, well, this person get fired. That is what restorative justice means. You have some politicos of the NDC, even teachers, advocating to get rid of people who appear or seems to be NNP. Your brother is an NNP? They say you have to be an NNP. You and your brother moving too close. Now what happened when this policy becomes so entrenched that it evades the schoolhouse? Yes, scholar, tell us.
Mr. Pierre, Mr. Carl, what you all say is quite correct about some of the NMP. NMP had, and they still have, a lot of ammunition, a lot of information. And that information I don't know was before while I was in governance and when they and in the election campaign. But what really happened?
All of us have to take the blame.
Yeah, all of us have to take the blame. What happened now? We now forget to use the ammunition, right? And we were speaking the ammunition. We was going with the ammunition of NDC. So what NMP will get caught up with the committed age, right? They're talking about the committed age. Well, we will have a man, a well fit and knowledgeable of governing and running a country. You go look at the age of the person and bringing someone you have no knowledge of. Right? It never helps the people who can people anything. He only helping himself. And you bring somebody who a patrol from the sky to run your affairs.
Yeah, but Carla, I just started up and say we had the ammunition and we don't use it.
We don't use it.
So we have to take responsibility.
I agree with that,
And as long as we don't want to take responsibility, we don't moving forward.
Yeah, that is it. We have to use it.
It's time we stop. We have to stop make excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
And the NNP family cannot expect Francis Spear
yeah.
and others to come on radio
And speak about
and beat up on NDC and do what they're supposed to be doing. Because if Francis Spear continues to beat up on NDC and the NNP is not doing and educating and giving the information to Francis Spear so he could give it out, we're doing the same thing and we have to stop, make excuse. Because the NDC, that is their policy.
That's the policy.
We expected that from day one.
Exactly. Yeah.
We said they was inexperienced, we said they were arrogant, and we see they lack institutional knowledge. And we knew what is happening now would have happened. The question is, what are we going to do? And what are we telling the population? Because the question is, when NNP returns to governance, what would be the policy of the NNP then?
Exactly.
That is what we have to be preaching to the young ones.
My purpose,
that is what we have to be telling them, and stop making excuse and blaming one another. All of us responsible.
Yeah, no, I don't blame nobody.
So
they are singing this song where you all singing.
So the least time we take responsibility and do what is necessary.
Is that what is right? And that's why when
you don't eyeing team.
Yeah, it's we.
You don't eyeing team.
We are speaking pig. We can speak around some and I. You are speaking the pig. We and we. Alright? And I do believe education is key. A lot of we parents, we know what NNP did. And some of the young people, our children don't know. So we have to educate them, let them know.
Imagine that. Every project, what NDC speaks to, you hearing somebody saying, NNP had that in the pipeline. How much people already know that?
That is the thing. That is the thing. How much people
already know that?
Who know? Who knows? You should keep information for yourself. Let the young spread information.
How Mr. Bowen explained the whole pension thing last night. How many people knew that?
How many people know that?
So we have to stop thinking and wake up and smell the coffee.
But, Mr. Carl, what you said, I agree, and that's my policy. I always say whatsoever happen, like if I hear something, I know something happen with the party, NF party. I won't call and talk about it. I always believe in-house thing. You solve a problem inside. And when I hear people call and talk about what NMP did that, I just say, we have things the government doing. Why don't you speak about it? Speak about what the government doing to the country. Right? We speak. And the time for some of our supporters, right? Don't get misled. And start the talking point of the government at the time. Let us speak about what this government is doing to the people who are problematic. That's what our focus have to do.
What is sad? When you hear NNP supporters waiting to hear what Francis Spear cousin Willie had to say about NNP. It's sad. We know Willie do like NNP.
People like that.
But NNP people see and waiting to hear what Willie go say.
Waiting to hear.
The same crusher, the same stone crusher, or from 2005, 6, 7, NNP people waiting to hear what Willie go say. This thing have to be madness.
Get crazy.
This thing have to be madness.
People like that. And you have it. It's just like you had a weapon in your hand.
This thing have to be madness.
That craziness. You have to come and speak. We try to forget to speak about what the government is doing. And we're going to talk about NNP.
All right, caller.
All right, Mr. Caller.
Because what is Shane Senior? Was we, you understand? Let me take it. Good day, caller.
Yes, good day. I want to agree with you, Master Carl, on so many levels. You're touching something that should have been touched a long time ago. And I think that based on with the zonal meetings, I think they're just starting to understand what it is that that was needed to be done. At the time of the last general elections, the new national party was in office, they would have had all the statistics, all of the statistics in regards to projects and all these things at hand. So the information should have been during the campaign should have been at hand, and the young people would know the statistics, and they would have had ammunition to counteract with what the National Democratic Congress, which they are very good at in terms of propaganda and so forth. They are very good at that. So what they would have done is notice that if there's a weakness. I mean, you're in office. You have all of the information to distribute to the people of the Carrico and Petit Martinique, but you're not doing that. We're doing big rallies. We had thousands of youth in
Plains.
in Riverside,
In Plains.
We have thousands of young people out there. Yes, they want to see what's his name, Popcorn. But at the end of the day, you should have had the facts there as to the Ministry of Youth. You have all of the information. All of the facts should have been stated there as to how many persons would have benefited on a whole from the Ministry of Youth. And then you come and you let them know exactly what you have planned or what you plan to continue to do for the young people. All of the information. And in regards to the constituencies, they failed on a level. They failed. You are in charge of your constituency as the minister. You have an office. You have every single bit of information in the office. You're supposed to have how much houses you built, how much houses you repaired, how many roads were fixed, how many bridges built. These are things that should have been statistics, information should be there at hand. So when you go to your constituency meeting, there are people who live in a particular area, don't know what's happening in that area. So when you go to the different areas, they know exactly how many persons got scholarships. Imagine the National Democratic Congress is boasting about scholarships when I very well know that there are maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of young people who got scholarships under the new national party. You understand? They're boasting about roads. I know we did roads was part of the whole thing. Street lights, right? There are so many things that were done on a constituency level, whether it's physical, whether it's, helping somebody. There's so many different aspects that you could have speak to that should have been on the campaign. I don't know how we campaign it now. The campaign, this thing about running here and running there in different concerts. You bring the people out, you get them the information, and then you have them have a good time. Get them the information. The information is there. You were in office. You understand? The pension. I was trying to tell people, well, no, I heard Dr. Mitchell say that the pension cannot be paid, or the reasons why persons cannot go on permanent with the thing because they had I was trying to explain that, but if I am doing it, I'm only doing it to a small mass. You had the audience. You explained to them why the pension couldn't be paid, why persons could not have been, I don't know. But anyway, I guess that's water on the bridge. So now is the time to do it. And I think this starting with Mr. Bowen last night, and they continue educating people because right now you have the ample opportunity. This is the opportunity to counteract what's happening now and compare it with what you would have done and why it cannot be done or why it could be done. Have a good morning.
All right. I believe in substance over hype on every day. Maybe a old school or I grew up with old people. I believe, and people, we talking about the NDC and state resources. The NNP had an opportunity with state resources. I believe information is currency. So, now, Mr. Pierre bossing the lever string and pointing out to the nation what is really happening. And that is good. But going forward, politics and governance is forward thinking, not what happened in the past. And forward thinking, if you look on social media, senior, and you look at the conversations of the young people, you have to find a way to reach them. You must reach the young voters. And that is the crux of the matter. I may not be in time, be around for the next election, but a lot of people I've seen may not be around too. A lot of youths may not be around, but the smart monies, a lot will be around. And how we as a party or institution reach those people with information, because we can't go to them without information. They go ask us a lot of questions, and senior, you know that. You had the opportunity, senior, when you say during the election time, some NNP people came by you and you asked them, give you 10 reasons why you should support NNP, and they tell you, we know you are NNP already. That's the thing and them we're talking about, you know. And he have NNP, but let's pretend they vex with me when I say that. But it matters not. Because I for country. I believe in country before party. I want to support in a party. I supporting to win. I don't supporting for hype or to look good or for fans. The time has come when we ought to do what we need to do. Because NNP was in opposition before. So it's not a case where we don't know. And Mr. Peerless always say the set of people in governance, the policy exactly is what it is. They say, what? Restorative justice?
Restorative justice?
Because when they ask the Prime Minister, he say we campaign on transformation. Yeah. But that tells you, he used the word but. So that tells you nothing about transformation. Restorative justice. So the time has come and all who love Grenada have to wake up and smell the coffee, and information is currency. We need to reach the younger set of people. Whether you want to argue in Massacre or don't argue, go on social media and follow the trend and look at the conversations they're having. They don't speak a lot of politics. And they don't see a lot of things, but we just pretend we don't want to see and listen. Yes, senior. The last word is yours.
I just want to end by asking questions. And we must thank all those who participate with our program on the extension. And we encourage you to subscribe to the program. So we're asking why the houses that was built for the people in the lower income group in Karakou, why it is not given to the said people? Do you agree that the directors of the GDB Bank should resign? They flaunt the law with impunity and they take loan for themselves and they give ministers. The gift that ministers is receiving in excess of $20,000, it should be retired to the Integrity Commission because it seems more as bribery. What is the justification for Deacon Mitchell implementing restorative justice? And last but not least, McDonald College is still operating on a shift system. Why McDonald College is not treated with the same respect as GBSS, PBC, St. Joseph Convent in Tongue, and Anglican High? We advance the position that if it was these schools that was damaged more than McDonald College, they would not have been treated so.
Even less than McDonald.
Dennis Cornwall.
Yes.
We want some journalists to ask you, why is it you're treating McDonald College
with scorn,
with contempt, with disdain? When they say good people, you don't bother. Nothing. When they say close down radio station in the north and jail 100 and all, you don't say nothing. Dennis Cornwall, why you treating McDonald College?
And are giving Dennis Cornwall, you know, when you're doing the quote and thing, they say full disclosure. So Dennis, Sunday, I go ask you about cess. Sunday, I go ask you about the statement of a lot of money. Sunday, I go ask you about surplus. Sunday, I go ask you about the current account balance. Is it still positive 5% of GDP? Sunday, I go ask you why the public workers not getting paid so you to make the maths. Sunday, I go ask you about capital projects. Sunday, I go ask you about free education and the TAM-CC thing with the lab and CAPE coming up and what go happen to the children. So I give you full disclosure then it's for Sunday. They will tell you, I know you don't listen. I coming at you with those questions Sunday. So you go prepare and you go, I know you was right. So you go have time to go and prepare. And then when I start to talk, you go right. So all who make the program what it was to the senior. And thanks for coming, senior. And Dugu, thanks for holding the bridge. I appreciate it. Okay.